Good morning. Good morning, folks. We are going to get this hearing underway. We have a lot of folks joining us today. First, offer my co-chair the opportunity, should he want to say anything. A ranking member? No. All right. We have a lot of folks, so let's get underway. We will begin with the judges of the Superior Court with Nicole Anker. If you would approach and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you will provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or under penalty of perjury. All right, you may sit down, press the red button, and offer your statement. And I will just remind folks that there may be questions for you, and let's allow the question to be asked. I know sometimes we're eager to answer them, but we want to make sure everyone can hear. You turned it off. Make sure to push it again and make sure the red button's on the microphone.
The red button is on?
You're good.
It is on. This one? Okay, you sure I'm good? Okay. Good morning, Judiciary Committee Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chair Flexer and Quinn, and ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and other members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Nicole Anker. I'm grateful to Governor Lamont for this nomination, and I am honored to be before you. I would like to thank my parents, family, and friends who are in the audience and watching online, and everybody who has supported me and mentored me throughout the years. I was raised overseas in Switzerland, France, and Kenya by American parents who worked for the International Labor Organization, World Health Organization, and the UN. My elementary and secondary schools taught students for over 130 countries with over 100 languages. As a result, I learned to respect diversity at an early age and to appreciate differences between cultures. Treating everybody equally, regardless of where they came from, was expected and encouraged. I came to Connecticut to attend Yale University, where I majored in psychology. I continued my education at the University of Connecticut School of Law, where I got my JD. I fell in love with Connecticut, and I've made my life here. I originally went to law school with the idea of carrying on my family's long tradition of public service, but with loans and bills to pay, I decided to enter private practice. I became a litigation associate at a couple of large law firms, handling cases in state and federal courts, including the United States Supreme Court. When my daughter Sam was born in 2005, I reevaluated my legal career. I decided to pursue my first love of public service and obtained a job with the Department of Correction. At DOC, I worked my way up through the ranks of attorneys and have served as the agency's legal director since 2016. My unit and I work in partnership with the Office of the Attorney General, overseeing about 1,000 cases a year in the state and federal courts, and the Claims Commissioner. I also directly represent the agency before administrative agencies and provide internal legal advice, draft policies and regulations and legislation. My experience as legal director of the DOC has provided me with insight into the criminal justice system, as well as extensive exposure to constitutional, employment, and regulatory law. I am proud to have served my adopted state for the past 17 years, and if confirmed, will be honored to do so from the bench. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. No, it's still morning.
Good morning.
Anchor. Feels like afternoon. When were you approved by the Judicial Selection Commission?
I believe it was about 2 years ago.
Okay. And do you have your questionnaire with you?
I do.
Okay. Question 13, we ask about significant legal matters. And, you know, I have familiarization with the Barfield versus Quiros case because certainly that settlement came before this committee.
Yes.
What was your involvement in that case?
I was involved. I basically work in partnership with the Office of the Attorney General. And when I say that, I'm a full partner with them. So when a case comes in, I consult with them about answers and depositions and all kinds of discovery. And then I participate, in this particular case, participate in settlement conferences. And this one had quite a lot of settlement conferences.
Okay, so that was the extent of your involvement, was attending settlement conferences?
No, I would disagree with that. I was much more involved in that. We did a lot of strategy. We also looked at the department's hepatitis C policy. And I was fully involved with the case.
Okay, and when that settlement initially came to this committee, I did flag certain aspects of it. And ultimately, the federal court actually rejected that settlement, correct?
Correct. Initially, yes.
And, the question asks the list, the 10 most significant legal matters you have handled. Am I to understand that all of these cases, there was actually the AG's office was, we'll say, lead counsel and you were consulted with, is that fair?
I think it's fair to say that the AG's office were the ones who put in their appearances, and when there was court arguments or briefs filed, they went in, they did the arguments and they actually signed off on the briefs. But other than that, I was a full partner with them, yes.
Okay, because when we go to question 11, it appears that you have not been in any court, state or federal, for at least the last 10 years.
So I have, in the state, the Attorney General's office is by statute the sole representative of the state in court. So I can't file an appearance in court. So in terms of, how many cases have you appeared in, the correct answer for that is 0. But
Okay.
that doesn't mean I don't handle litigation.
No, understood. So knowing that you haven't represented a client in court in the last 10 years, when was the last time that you did represent a client in court?
I've been with the DOC for 17 years. Prior to that, I was a litigation associate, and I did represent clients in court.
Okay, so when was the last time? I mean, we know that within the last 10 years you haven't. So was
Correct.
it within the last 20 years?
So yes, within the last 20 years, but I would say probably the last time was about 18 years ago.
Now, you've worked for DOC since 2006. Your writing samples, the first one is a very lengthy, I don't use that in the pejorative, just descriptive. It's in excess of 60 pages. So I went to the 70s, 80s.
It's 93 pages, yes.
There you go. And you submitted that to us as a writing sample, and that 93 pages was created during your employment with DOC, correct?
Correct.
And it isn't, is it on a topic having to do with you as a lawyer working for DOC?
It is not about anything to do with corrections. It's about living wages and how you calculate in-kind benefits in living wages.
And what was the purpose while you're being employed by DOC to create this document?
So I did this on my own time. And I was approached by my father, who is one of the world's leading experts on living wages. And he had a very practical problem, which was how do you value in-kind benefits when somebody gets paid when you're trying to figure out how much a living wage is. For example, if somebody gets given housing by their employer, they need less money in their paycheck in order to have a living wage. So we were figuring out whether or not we could distill some sort of universal principles from international law and from state and federal law in the US, where he could go to employers and say, and employees too, and say, the universally determined standard for how much of a wage can be in kind as opposed to in cash is this kind of percent, or if you're going to give food, it needs to meet this kind of standard. So that was the purpose of doing that project.
And then one of your writing samples also is a pleading from 2009, a matter before the CHRO. And that you did on behalf of the Department of Corrections.
Yes,
Okay, so that was a matter that you did appear, litigate, so on and so forth, without the AG's office, right?
correct.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get, why in that particular case does the AG's office not get involved, but on all these
Yep.
other cases they do?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. The statute requires the AG's office to be the sole representative of the state in court. That's not the case with administrative agencies. So when I came to DOC, because I had a litigation background, I often handled directly cases in front of administrative agencies such as the CHRO, EEOC, and FOI.
No, and it's a very novel issue that came up there, basically an inmate saying because they're in the custody of the state that they should have protections by CHRO. And I did appreciate your legal analysis.
Thank you.
In that document. Well, thank you. I think that's all that I had at this point. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Representative. Comment, question from members of the committee, Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You started quite promptly. I was over environment, and so I apologize for missing your opening remarks. Generally, I don't think my question was asked. I'm hoping that other members of the committee will ask the question. I don't have to ask it all the time, but everybody here is laughing because they probably
Yes,
know
you
it's
do.
coming. I mean, I really don't need to do it all the time, please. So, but having not seen your opening remarks and not having ever had any cases with you, I don't think, as my preamble, I won't do it all the time, but when I was chair of judicial selection, we look at experience, we look at intellect, and we look at temperament. The first two are pretty easy to assess, but the last one, temperament, is very difficult. And there's an affliction known as robitis that I'm sure you're prepared to answer here. And not having seen your opening remarks, I guess I would just say, how can you assure members of this committee that once you get to the bench, if you get through, that you won't be afflicted with robitis?
Yeah, and I had heard the term when I watched other confirmation hearings in the past. And my understanding of the term is, once I heard the term, I thought it was actually a great term because I think everybody who has practiced law for any length of time has seen judges who have robitis, and it's not a pleasant experience. What I would say is that I have been in a leadership position since for quite some time in my agency. And I think while that's not the same as being a judge, obviously, there are some dangers and some of the same dangers. And I would coin a new term called leadershipitis. And I have not fallen victim to that. I think that the people that know me know that I'm fair, I'm empathetic, I'm a good listener, and I'm not arrogant. And I've been that way for 51 years. I don't think, and in leadership positions, I've been that way. And I don't think that I'm in danger of suddenly changing my personality to be the opposite of that.
Thank you for that. And the term does come from the fact that when you put on that robe, the personality changes, and all of a sudden you forget where you're from, and you become someone who thinks they're above everybody else. And I will say, I have experienced it, less so as a legislator than I used to, but I still see it sometimes. But it's one of the things as a practitioner, I litigate fairly often every week. It has a detrimental effect on our justice system, beyond just interaction with lawyers. It's obviously with litigants, and you're going to be faced with a lot of pro se. But I'll move on to the next question that I always ask. And again, please, members of the committee, I don't have to be the one to ask this, but are you willing to work at least 9 to 5 anywhere in the state so that you're assigned?
Yes.
Because believe it or not,
Mhm.
There have been judges that have tried to refuse assignments and have refused assignments, and that is beyond my comprehension. And you can assure us that that will not happen with you.
Absolutely. Anybody who knows me knows my work ethic, and that will not happen.
And the last thing, I know we've got a lot of judges here, but as was maybe pointed out, your trial experience in the last 10 years, as I understand it, you haven't had any jury trials in the last 10 years, correct?
I have not represented the state directly in any jury trials, but I have sat as an unofficial second chair with the Attorney General's office. And in that capacity, I'm involved in motions in limine, jury selection, evidentiary issues, prepping witnesses, figuring out what should be asked on direct and redirect, cross-examination, et cetera.
Okay. I will tell you, when I was a first-year member of judicial selection, Hugh Keefe made it a point that if you didn't have any jury trial experience, come back to us, go get it, volunteer, get it somehow. That obviously has changed. And I'm not saying that's the absolute rule, but I do believe not having jury trial experience it makes it very difficult to become a good jurist or be a good jurist fairly quickly. So, having seen it, I understand now you've been, how many jury trials have you sat in on?
With the AG's office, I would say somewhere between 5 and 10. And then I would also add that when I was in private practice, I picked 3 juries and tried 2 cases. One of the cases we got summary judgment after picking the jury.
All right. And then just briefly, I see obviously with Yale and then UConn, clearly you've got the intellect to handle the job as a judge. Tell me a little bit about your Greenpeace experience.
So that was after college. I had, like a lot of college students, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with my life. And so I wanted to stay in New Haven for an extra year. And I got employment with Greenpeace. We went around canvassing door to door, talking to people about environmental issues and soliciting donations.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony, and I wish you best of luck.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Representative Howard.
Good morning, welcome. Sorry, I too was just a couple minutes late. Thanks for being here and congratulations.
Thank you.
For the last 3 years sitting on this committee, I keep quiet on these days. I reserve that for my colleagues who are attorneys to have long conversations with each nominee about what school they went to and how they had cigars together on this golf course and whatnot. And I usually generally keep quiet. I can rely on some of my friends to ask their perpetual questions, and then we just vote. But I've become concerned over the last couple of years that perhaps I'm not doing my due diligence here because I have a rising concern going on in this state that we have judges, and it's not specific to judges, but we're talking about that today, who are having difficulty leaving their personal feelings and political feelings in our hyperpartisan world at the door. So as much as I found it somewhat tedious at times to hear my friends ask the same question over and over, I find myself find it necessary to ask you today if you can promise this committee that when you're sitting on the bench that you will stick strictly to the rule of law regardless of your own personal prejudices or feelings.
Yeah, I can. And I would add that a large part of what I do for DOC is advising them about exactly what the law is. When I give internal advice, I have to be completely neutral and try to enact the will of the legislature regardless of my own personal feelings, because DOC is a creature of state statute and can only act according to what the legislature has granted it.
And so can I ask you directly then, when you make these decisions as a judge now and be in your neutrality, will you rely on what the criminal law is that's passed by the legislature, or the law, whatever it may be, statutory law passed by the legislature, as well as previous case law when you make these decisions?
Yes, I will.
Thank you so much and congratulations. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Representative Fishbone for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, you, in your questionnaire, you mentioned pro bono work, and I just couldn't tell. The question 19, I perform pro bono work for Lawyers to Children America, representing children in abuse and neglect proceedings. But you didn't say when, so.
Yeah, so I did that when I was in private practice. So until I left private practice in 2005, I did that.
Okay. And I just wanted to say that I'm way too busy being in court almost every day and here to play golf. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative, and we should all find some time for relaxation as well as doing the work. With that, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Next, we will hear from Tamar Burkhead. When you're ready, raise your right hand. Are you ready? Do you swear or affirm that the information you will provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God or under penalty of perjury. You may begin.
Good morning, Judiciary Committee Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairpersons Flexer and Quinn, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Tamar Burkhead, and it's an incredible honor and privilege to be in front of you today. I want to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me, and I want to thank my husband, David, my daughter Maya, my stepdaughter Nicole for their support and for being here for me today. I have spent most of my 32 years as a lawyer in courtrooms representing people on society's margins, low-income people in criminal court, adolescents in juvenile delinquency court, and children and parents in child protection court, many of whom struggle with mental illness, trauma, or addiction. I was raised in Caldwell, New Jersey, in a small one-bedroom apartment. I was an only child of a single mother who was a public school teacher. I grew up in a family committed to public service and to the belief that each of us should contribute something positive to the broader community. After graduating from Yale University, I moved to New York and, among other jobs, served as a caseworker investigating allegations of child abuse and neglect, an experience that informed my later career choices as a lawyer. I attended Harvard Law School, where I spent most of my time in the school's legal aid center, advocating for low-income people denied disability benefits and handling their administrative appeals. After law school and a judicial clerkship, I became a public defender. I worked in this capacity for a decade in Massachusetts in both state and federal courts. In 2004, I was hired by the law school at the University of North Carolina to teach in a juvenile delinquency clinic. I spent the next decade teaching law students the basics of client representation, oral and written advocacy, and legal ethics. My students represented adolescents charged with crimes, and I appeared with them at every juvenile court appearance and handled the cases myself over the summers. During this time, I earned tenure, publishing articles on subjects such as the human trafficking of youth, the solitary confinement of children, and the burden of excessive court fees and fines. In 2016, I returned to Connecticut, where I've continued to focus my practice on representing indigent people in both criminal and child protection courts. I'm regularly asked to conduct training on such topics as criminal court practice, jury voir dire, and pretrial motions. I've served on executive committees for bar associations and performed many hours of pro bono legal work. I will close by saying that if I am fortunate enough to be confirmed as a Superior Court judge, I will be committed to act impartially, treat everyone with respect, and promote justice. Again, I am honored to be here and happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee, Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning.
When did you get approved by the Judicial Selection Commission?
I have written all of that down. I applied in September of 2020. And I was interviewed April of 2021 and selected that same month. So April of 2021.
Okay. And at that point, you had only practiced law in the state of Connecticut for 4 years? Am I getting?
Since 2016, so 5 years.
And I'm looking at your questionnaire. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
In particular, question 6, which asks about what areas of law you would like to address as a judge. You had a sentence in there. One of the reasons I have been drawn to serve as a judge is the opportunity to continue to learn new areas of law, including housing, habeas practice, and civil litigation. I'm focusing on the clause. One of the reasons I have been drawn to serve as a judge. What does that mean?
Just one of the reasons that I think it would be a really satisfying role.
Okay, but I read the clause have been drawn to be an action by someone else.
Oh, not at all.
Okay, so
Absolutely
can you
not
just
at all.
unpack that? I mean, ordinarily, if what that was meant to say, one of the reasons I want to be a judge, that's naturally what we would say. But the clause says one of the reasons I have been drawn to serve as a judge, and I'm just trying to figure out why the difference.
I was a former English major, so what I meant was internally. Why I internally was inclined to think about being a judge. I first began to think about it in 2020 in the midst of the pandemic, when, you know, we all had time to think and reflect. And I was thinking about what I wanted to do, which would likely be the last chapter of my legal career. And I kept coming back to serving the state as a judge. And that was because, you know, of my decades of experience, my intellect, and what I think of as my balanced temperament. So I didn't intend at all for that to suggest that no one else had ever suggested this to me.
It just jumped off the page, you know, as lawyers, we read and write for a living, right? So
Yes.
it just jumped off the page at me, and the gap. So, when you were teaching, you, were not a practicing lawyer. Is that fair to say?
No, I was a practicing lawyer. I was teaching in a clinic so that my students were representing kids in juvenile court in North Carolina. All of the cases I filed an appearance. I was ultimately responsible. The students practiced under my close supervision. They were never in court without me. I was always sitting at counsel table with them. And during school breaks, during summers, those cases were mine. So I was a member of the bar, a fully practicing lawyer. I'm still a member of the North Carolina Bar.
Okay, because I was just, we ask a lot about courtroom experience. And I hadn't credited you for that time. And I'm trying to figure out, so the question 11 asks about during the last 10 years, appearances in court. And you said 10 as sole counsel, 1 as associate counsel. I think perhaps that may have been post 2016.
I read that. I actually asked folks how many cases were tried to conclusion. And so I interpreted that as meaning a jury trial or a bench trial.
Okay,
In terms of how many cases I've appeared, I currently have over 100 cases as a solo practitioner, accepting appointments in child protection court, in the GAs, the criminal courts. I have, because I've been having to think about withdrawing from all those cases. So, so if I misinterpreted that
No,
question, I apologize.
some of this stuff is gray on purpose to see
Mhm.
what we get as a result of it. So I'm just trying to go through and get the whole Tamar,
Yeah.
as we do this. So
No,
I
I
think that's
appreciate
all.
that.
I appreciate the exchange. So I think that's all that I have at this, at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Odette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for coming here and answering our questions. As you heard me before, generally the first question I ask, clearly Yale and Harvard, you've got the intellect to handle the job, and you got through judicial selection, which looks at education, or intellect, experience, and temperament. Clearly, it looks like you had 10 plus jury trials in the last 10 years. Is that true?
Actually, I interpreted that as trials.
Okay.
So in child protection court, there are only bench trials.
All right. Have you had any jury trials?
In the past 10 years, I second sat an attorney it was a personal injury jury trial in Connecticut. So we picked a jury, and
Excellent. And what courthouse was that in?
that was in New Haven.
So the question I ask is on temperament issue. We have a very hard time, I think, in this committee and in judicial selection, evaluating a person's temperament. That's the hardest of the three to look at. So my question to you is, I ask everybody or every potential judge, how can you assure us that your temperament will be appropriate and you wouldn't be afflicted with the term robitis? You've probably been prepped for that question, but how can you assure us that robitis is not going to be an issue for you?
Thank you. I have thought about that question, and I can assure you that I will not succumb to robitis. I'm a pretty self-reflective person, and tend to be pretty hard on myself. I think I also have emotional intelligence. I'm good at reading a room. And I certainly know what it's like to appear before a judge who is not in a good mood. And I know that affects everyone in the courtroom, in the courthouse, from the parties to the clerks to the marshals. And I know how it has affected my clients. And I would never want to have that impact on a litigant or on staff. We're all trying our best. It's a complicated system. And, I can assure you that I will do everything within my power not to suffer from that affliction.
Thank you for that response. And I, as a mother of two, ages 21 and 23, I can sympathize with you at that those ages can be trying at times. So the next question I have is, have you ever testified at the LOB on any issues or positions?
At the what?
The list building? Legislative
Oh, no,
list building? No committees? Okay.
this is, I came yesterday to make sure that I knew how to get here, but that was my first time.
Excellent. Are you willing to serve at least 9 to 5 anywhere in the state,
Absolutely.
in any court?
In any court, in any location. When I first began practicing here and applied for contracts with the Public Defender Office, I got contracts which I still have in Tallinn, Torrington, New London, New Haven. And so I'm very accustomed to traveling at least an hour each way.
Generally, when prosecutors come before us or state's attorneys, the question's asked, will you be able to leave that hat behind and treat criminal defendants fairly as the judge? And I understand that your last, 10 plus years has been as a criminal defense attorney. Is that correct?
I'm both a criminal defense attorney and an attorney in child protection court who represents parents and children.
So as a judge, your role is obviously going to be different. Are you going to be able to put aside your role that you've had for so many years and put that hat aside and be a judge?
Absolutely. I think one of the beauties of the legal degree is the different roles that we can assume. Being an advocate is different than being a law professor, which is different than being a judge. And I think I have shown that I can assume different professional roles. That is not the same as a personal identity. And I fully appreciate that I would not be making the law, I'd be applying it. I wouldn't be an advocate. I wouldn't no longer be what law professors think of themselves as a public intellectual. I would be serving in the role of an unbiased judge.
And taking a look at the books, you've done a lot of writing, which is impressive. The book, in order to save paper, I printed 4 pages to a side in each double-sided, so it's very hard to read. So hopefully I get it right. It says the book was The Future of Juvenile Justice, that you were the co-editor. When was that written?
That was a collection of essays that were focused on comparative law in the juvenile area. So when I was at the University of North Carolina, I worked with a couple of other faculty members in organizing a conference that was actually held in England, where we had folks from really all over the world come and talk about their juvenile court system. And then one of the other faculty members and I collected these essays and got it published as a book.
And I see in your response to question 4, looks like a continuation on question 14, you wrote a lot on juvenile justice reform. And it seems like most of that seemed to be focused, though, your writings on, it wasn't on Connecticut, the juvenile justice system in Connecticut. Is that fair to say?
That's absolutely fair to say. It was, there was a lot of focus on North Carolina because that's where I was.
Yeah.
And I haven't written anything since I left
So you haven't
the
written anything,
academy.
sorry. So you haven't written anything regarding Connecticut juvenile justice system.
No, sir.
And then
I'm sorry, you asked what year the Future of Juvenile Justice book came out. That was 2016 is when it was published.
thank you. I was able to read it finally after putting it away. The board, you're listed as board member campaign for the fair sentencing of youth from 2012, 2017. That again would have been focused on North Carolina or?
No, that's a national organization that advocates to end what they consider to be extreme sentences for youth. So essentially sentences of life without parole.
You've obviously done a lot of research and studying on juvenile justice and sentencing. And one of the questions I generally ask potential jurors and looking at your application, which is a very good application, obviously. So
Thank you.
The governor obviously did his homework in picking you. One of the things I ask jurors is, we want jurors with life experiences, but we don't want those life experiences to overcome their ability to follow the law and judge the facts as they see them. You've spent a lot of time and a lot of writings on juvenile justice. And I guess my question to you is, what jumped out at me, you may have such a breadth of experience and knowledge in the area that you may look at a law that we've created here in Connecticut that you think, these guys got it wrong. And I'm sure we have many times. But the issue is, as a judge, you've got to follow the law that we create and put in the law. Would you be able to put aside clearly you've got strong feelings on juvenile justice, and which is admirable, but would you be able to put those aside if they conflict with the law that we create here?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And, writing about big issues is a lot different than practicing and referencing the practice book and looking at statutes and focusing on the facts of an individual case. It's actually been a steep learning curve for me to come to a new state, Connecticut, and wrap my mind around a new set of laws. And, thankfully I'm comfortable asking a lot of questions. I've relied on colleagues, but I have absolute complete respect for the rule of law and for the legislative body.
I was looking for the People's Parity Project. What is that? Did you list that on your?
People's Parity Project. I'm sorry.
Is that something you're a member of or not? I thought I saw your. Have you heard of it?
Where do you see that, if you could?
No, I thought you were a member of it. The People's Parity Project. I'm
blanking.
All right, well, no, if you're not a member of it, then I apologize. I may have gotten that wrong. So no worries. I apologize. So under hobbies, you list playing the piano not well. I like your humility there and sense of humor. What's the last or last fiction that you've read?
I just finished a book. It was a novel. Oh God, and now I forget the name of the author. I was a woman author Anna, my husband helped me. Anna Quinlan.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, given the work that I do, I try to, in my spare time, focus on fiction, light fiction, watch comedies.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your responses, and I wish you the best of luck going forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Representative Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for joining us and congratulations on
Thank
your
you.
nomination. I noticed on, but by the way, first of all, thank you for the work that you do in juvenile court. I myself served in juvenile court for many years. I had a contract with the CCPA and then the Public Defender's Office. And I noticed that you're the vice chair of the Child Welfare Juvenile Law section or committee on the Bar Association. And I was the first vice chair
Oh,
of
wow.
the Child Welfare Juvenile Law Committee. We founded that back in 2011, or something like that. So I understand the work you do, and I understand your need for comedy. It's very traumatic work. And certainly we see applications that come in from AAGs, and we have to ask them the same question, you know, can you switch your hat? And I mainly wanted to say thank you for the work that you've done. I'm personally excited to see somebody with as much bench trial experience as you have. I know that serving in either juvenile court or family court, it's really important to have had that experience at a bench trial, because the judges in juvenile court and family court are acting both as trier of fact and trier of law, finder of fact and trier of the law. And it's a very different skill. And your experience there will certainly serve you well. So I don't have any questions. I wanted to say thank you for doing this very important work. It pays terribly for anybody who's interested. So thank you for that personal sacrifice you've made. You certainly have the qualifications and the education to have decided to spend your career making a ton of money. And we often lose money on these types of cases when we have to do them, not have to do them when we choose to do them. So thank you very much. And I'm confident you'll be an admirable addition to the bench. And I'm looking forward to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee. Representative Howard.
Welcome, Attorney Burkhead. Did you get the Wordle yet today?
Did I what?
Did you get the Wordle yet today? I
I
got it in
haven't
two
done
today.
it. I haven't done it today.
I got it in 2 today. I can always say it's gonna be a good day when I get the Wordle at 2, right? 6:30 in the morning. So Representative O'Day sort of touched on it, and I thought you did a great job answering, and I appreciate your commitment that you'll stick to the rule of law. Clearly, you've done a lot of work. I actually read one of your articles last night. My life's somewhat boring, I suppose. The 76-page article on the racialization of the juvenile justice and the role of the defense attorney. I know in your backup that you think you can make a great contribution in the juvenile court system, and you certainly have the experience and the knowledge and the background to do that. But can you just assure this committee that that you'll stick to the rule of law as a jurist and not bring any of your personal biases or personal feelings to the bench?
Yes, and let me thank you for reading that article. That makes maybe you and my husband, so 2 people. Yes, absolutely. I mean, I've spent my career in courtrooms and courthouses, and it is essential. I mean, where would we be without the rule of law and a commitment to follow the laws that you all draft and to follow precedent? It's critical to the functioning of a healthy democracy.
Thank you. I appreciate your answer. You're right. And that's actually what brought me to bring this question now. I'm gonna have to start asking my own repetitive question. But I think you're right. Yeah. I mean, when the judicial branch starts getting influenced by the legislative branch too much, our democracy will start to suffer. So I appreciate your commitment to that. And thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee. Comment or question. Representative Quinn.
Yeah, just briefly, congratulations on your nomination. And
Thank
my
you.
colleagues have danced around asking the really hard question, which is, given your education background, who do you root for in the game?
Um,
I mean, you
I-
can't lose.
Yeah, no, I think of myself as a Tar Heel. So neither Harvard nor Yale.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you. And again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question, Representative Fishbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am going to ask a little tougher question.
Sure.
because I too did read that article. And that article was written in 2017 when you got licensed to practice law in Connecticut, I think September of 2016. And you were in juvenile court at that time. The last paragraph of that article, you make the affirmative statement, if we could also take steps to ensure that more judges, prosecutors, and defense attorneys, as well as police and probation officers, are people of color, perhaps we would see a true shift in tone. That was 5 years ago. Well, no, it was 7 years ago. Your experience with the system since 2017, have we done enough?
Well, first I would say, although this was published in 2017, this is how law review publishing works. I wrote it while I was still in North Carolina. And I'm glad you read it. I think we're doing, so a lot of what I've written about in the past has been informed by my experiences in the South, which is a lot. I was thinking a lot about this in preparation for today, which is a lot different than being in the Northeast, which is one of the reasons I wanted to return to the Northeast. And a lot of what I experienced there, I have not experienced here in juvenile court. You know, I mean, I'm still, I still spend time thinking about why is it that most of the children and teenagers in juvenile court are from low-income families? Because as a parent, I know that, you know, my kids got into trouble and they didn't end up in juvenile court. So that was a question that I grappled with and that informed some of the writing that I've done. And I still think a lot about that.
And I appreciate, I mean, I've learned an immense amount of information since I've been sitting here. You know, in fact, this morning, I happened to drive through the north end of Hartford, and it wasn't a great drive. And I was having those thoughts as I'm driving down the streets, you know, no wonder, you know, where these people have, it's survival of the fittest in some aspects. So, you know, I have learned a lot, and I do appreciate, you know, you saying that was the South, and I got it. I know. And all too often I see these kids and, you know, or you see individuals who are on death row, and, you know, we get these cases. We just had one where these kids got railroaded into these very lengthy terms. So I appreciate the exchange and us discussing this, and you're explaining why you wrote that at that time. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Next, Corinne Bonnie Vendola. All right, if you'd raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you will provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may provide your statement.
Thank you. Good morning, Judiciary Committee Chairs Winfield and Strafstrom. Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and other members of the Judiciary Committee. It is an honor to appear before this committee today. My name is Corinne Vendola. Thank you, Governor Lamont, for this judicial nomination. I am most humbled by the governor's confidence in my ability to assume this far-reaching role, which affects many citizens of our state. To my husband, John, whose unconditional love has supported my personal and professional goals, I am beyond grateful. Thank you to my mother, Madeline Boney, who is 86 years young and is here today with us. She has lovingly guided me to pursue my dreams with tenacity. And my sister, Cheryl Confer, and my brother, Ed Boney, who have been sources of positivity throughout my life. Additionally, I am sincerely grateful for all the family members, friends, coworkers, and colleagues who contributed to my personal development and empowered me to stand here before you today. I am a proud lifelong nutmegger who was born and raised in Hamden. Raised in a middle-class family, I witnessed my parents' strong work ethics and commitment to family. My late father, the son of hardworking Italian immigrant parents, was the aspirational cornerstone of our family and a leader in the transportation industry. His emphasis on the importance of treating others with dignity, compassion, has shaped my personal and professional life. I will continue to live by the principles that shaped my formative years, always treating those before me with the utmost of respect. My legal career began at the age of 16, performing administrative duties in a small law firm in New Haven. After graduating college, I became a paralegal with the Marcus Law Firm. And after graduating law school, the Marcus Law Firm hired me as an associate, where I practiced general civil litigation, focusing on foreclosures and summary process work. In 2000, I co-founded Charles and Boney Vendola with my childhood friend, Mary Ann Charles. For the past 24 years, we have run a successful matrimonial and family law practice. The success of our practice was built upon relationships formed while working in courts across the entire state, interactions with court staff, fellow attorneys, and judges, and by working with clients from a range of socioeconomic backgrounds. I am proud of our firm's positive impact on our clients' lives as we help them navigate through challenging times. The practice of family law is not for the faint of heart. Family law often involves high conflict issues affecting the lives of children, altering finances, and resulting in emotional turbulences. Supporting clients during this process requires patience, empathy, and the ability to wholly listen to their stories. As a Superior Court judge, I will ensure that the people of Connecticut will feel genuinely heard and always receive equal treatment. I am deeply humbled by the opportunity to serve the residents of the great state of Connecticut. If confirmed, I will always practice with deference for the tremendous privileges and responsibilities bestowed upon me. I welcome any questions that you may have of me, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, neighbor.
Hi, neighbor.
I guess in one aspect, I'm very happy.
Thank you.
We've known each other for a very long time.
We have.
In fact, we settled a case together was it last month?
I believe
remember
so.
You and I on the phone, screaming at each other about turkeys.
I remember that.
Which many times is family law, right? Another neighborhood, another house in my neighborhood is going to get geofenced because your address won't be disclosable. But I got to tell you, the one thing is, every single time that I go to send you an email, I've got to go back and look. Is it Corinne with 2 R's? Is it Corinne with 2 N's? And now it'll just be Bonnie Vendola J, right? I
Either.
won't have to worry about it anymore. So congratulations and great pick.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Representative Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations on your nomination. And thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Used to practice juvenile law. Now I practice family law. And one of the things I'm particularly interested in is how judges are implementing, applying, identifying coercive control in the family court right now. And I'm wondering, as a practitioner, you've seen plenty of it over the years. You've seen when it's used as a litigation strategy by opposing counsel. And I'm wondering, as you sit on the bench, and I'm hoping you'll end up in family court, because goodness knows we need experienced family law attorneys in family court. And I'm asking you, what are the signs to you as you're sitting on the bench? Is it a discovery, a skirmish? And how are you going to identify, in the cases before you, whether coercive control is being applied in a case? What are the telltale signs for you?
Well, thank you for the question. That's kind of an interesting question. It's kind of an elusive question. It's generally hard to determine whether or not coercive control is being used. But I do tell you that I have clients that do often tell me, I'm getting badgering emails from my soon-to-be ex. I'm getting numerous phone calls from them, all different types of things. And frankly, I think one of the biggest telltale is the economic influence that they have, withholding monies from clients, controlling, where they go, tracking their whereabouts. It's not an easy thing to determine. And I think that's one of the tricky parts about that whole statute, to be honest with you. But I think it's not just one thing, it's a myriad of things. And I have to look at it in its totality to determine whether or not, but it definitely exists. It definitely exists.
And in your experience, what are some of the litigation strategies that you see utilized by attorneys who are representing a spouse who's committing coercive control? Are there particular litigation strategies that are being employed for coercive purposes, where in the olden days, somebody might have said, oh, that's just zealous advocacy. But now we're like, oh no, it's designed to starve that person into submission. So we know that is actually coercive control. What are some of those strategies that you see that you, as a practitioner of this, can more easily identify than perhaps, pardon me, a judge who has never had family law experience sitting in family?
Well, of course, cutting off people's credit cards, cutting off their access to a bank account, withholding funds in general is one of the issues. Obviously, that's a kind of an over issue. But there's other ways we can look at that too, and such as filing a million motions. That's a big problem, because the more motions you file, the more I have to respond to, and that's financial abuse, I find. So I think that's one of the issues. That's one of the things I would also look out for, is over zealous advocate, but over that, above and beyond just being a good advocate for a client.
So with respect to the overzealous filing of motions, sometimes you can look at a docket and you can say, oh, that person's filing a ton of motions. But isn't it often also the case that when one party has no access to the information and the other party is withholding, they're not meeting the discovery obligations, they're not fully complying, then it's a hard balance between how many times do you ask and risk being viewed as a litigious partner versus somebody who's simply trying to get at the truth of the financial data that's being withheld. Do you view discovery abuse, in a sense, as a coercive control pattern?
I do. I think in New Haven County, we don't see it as much. We also have an office in Stamford, so that county, we do see it a little bit more there. In New Haven, I believe the courts have a little more control over that. If I filed a motion to compel, I'd be heard on that immediately in New Haven. In Stamford, it might take a long time. We'd have to get discovery special master, which is another cost. So it really depends.
Well, I thank you for your answers. I am delighted to see the breadth of experience you have, that you will understand those issues as they come before you. As you said, it's a difficult statute to employ, not because the statute is ill drafted, but because it's a difficult concept. And the more experience we have from our judges in family law who are sitting in family, the better we can serve the residents of the state. And I thank you very much for your application and wish you good luck.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. You probably know the question that's coming, the robitis question. I will give you a story. I had a consented to continuance of a trial, and the judge said no on a date that I didn't pick. And so my question to you is, how can you assure us that you won't be afflicted with the robitis should you get through the committee and be appointed?
Well, I can assure I wouldn't do that to you or anybody else, because I've been on the other side of the bench. So I've had judges deny my motions when I, was not going to be, was out of town or whatever. And, I do think some of those judges have robitis, but in general, I'm not cut from that cloth. I'm the type of person that respects everybody. I have a lot of humility, and I'm born with that. My parents raised me in that. Anyone that knows me knows that I'm a humble person. I'm going to stay humble. Just by putting on a black robe and being on the other side of the bench, it's not going to change me. It's just not who I am.
I appreciate that response, and I do believe humility is the key to being a good judge and a good legislator. And the last question I have is, are you willing to serve anywhere in the state at least 9 to 5?
I am willing to serve anywhere in the state, at least 9 to 5. I never work 9 to 5 in my general practice, so kind of become as a shortening of my job of my time working. But yes, I'm willing to do that.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this morning
Thank you for your time.
/ afternoon. Kristen Connors. Good afternoon. If you'd raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury, or so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may begin.
Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon, Judiciary Committee Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Kristen Connors. Thank you to Governor Lamont for nominating me, and to the General Counsel Braswell and her team for their guidance and support. And thank you to all the members of this committee for your time considering my nomination. I am aware of the enormous responsibility that comes with the position. I am greatly humbled to be considered for the same. I am overwhelmed with gratitude. This entire process has reminded me how truly fortunate and blessed my life has been, personally and professionally. Throughout each step of this process, I have thought about all of the mentors in my life. I would certainly not be here without the love and support of my parents, who worked so very hard so that I could attend Villanova University and then the University of Connecticut School of Law. Their strong moral compasses provided great guidance to me in my formative years and to this day. It is unfair to summarize all that my parents have done for me in one paragraph, but I know that there are others you are anxious to hear from. I want to thank my husband, Doug Mahoney, for his love and support. As a trial attorney, I have worked many long days, nights, and weekends. Doug is also a trial attorney. It is not easy to have 2 trial attorneys in one household, but we've supported each other's careers as we raised our 2 wonderful children. And to our children, Caroline and Patrick is here. Thank you for your understanding when your working mother had to miss events from time to time. As much as I enjoy my career, you 2 are the most important achievements in my life. I have been in the active practice of law for over 30 years. My practice concentration has been complex civil litigation, primarily medical malpractice and product liability actions. Those complicated matters have been immensely rewarding. A mantra I have shared with our children often, and perhaps so often that they could each finish this sentence, is that I have been so fortunate to be compensated to learn new things every day. But every trial career has to start with a first deposition, a first trial. I was so fortunate to have many great mentors at Carmody and Torrance, and great clients who believed in me and provided opportunities for me. I am forever grateful. I am also thankful for having been selected to serve on the Connecticut Judicial Branch Grievance Panel. As a Hartford panel member for 6 years, my primary responsibility was the review, investigation, and adjudication of ethics complaints against attorneys. I took seriously that role and dedicated over 1,000 hours of time to the monthly panel meetings, knowing that the parties involved were counting on me
to be well-prepared and fair. That experience solidified my long-held goal to hopefully one day be considered for this position. My career has brought me immense personal satisfaction, but I am so very enthusiastic about this opportunity. If confirmed as a judge of the Superior Court, I would be so grateful to serve the public, and I would do so with the same enthusiasm as I have my private practice. Thank you, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee. Comment or question, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Attorney Connors.
Good afternoon.
I just wanted to figure out, so you were admitted to the bar in Connecticut in 1993, but then the employment portion of your questionnaire, it appears to start with 1998. So I'm just trying to fill in the gap. What did you do through 93 through 98?
So I believe that question is a time-limited question. And if you could just remind me what number that is?
Sure, 12 essentially.
Okay.
And it is during the last 10 years.
Yes,
So
yes.
you answered correctly. Just trying to figure out
Sure.
your resume for that gap.
Sure. So I began my career at Gager and Henry in Waterbury, Connecticut. I then went to Cummings and Lockwood in Stamford. Then I was at Carmody Torrance, which became Carmody Torrance Sandak Hennessy. And then right before the pandemic, I joined great law school friends and colleague, Eric Stockman and Richard O'Connor, and it became Stockman O'Connor Connors. And so that's 30 years plus in just a couple sentences.
At Carmody, did you work with Gus Southworth?
I did.
Yeah.
He's one of the mentors that I reference in my opening
Yeah,
statement.
he was great. Well, that's all I had. So thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Representative O'Dea.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, council.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I have litigated against your husband.
Okay.
He cleaned my clock a few times on a number of civil cases.
Don't hold it against me.
No, absolutely not. And I also reached out to Eric. I've litigated a number of cases with Eric, and he spoke very highly of you.
No.
He asked me to vote no. No, I'm just kidding. I see, I think my kids are about the same age as yours. Where does your daughter swim?
She's a junior at Holy Cross.
Ah,
And Patrick, who is here, is a freshman at Fairfield University.
all right. Well,
Yeah.
despite going to Villanova, I went to Providence College.
Okay.
And
Go
so,
Friars.
yep, well, no, congratulations. I will ask the temperament question. I know the answer, knowing, having talked to a number of the people that you've worked with. But how can you assure the rest of the members of the committee that you will not suffer from the affliction of robitis?
Well, I've experienced it and I will never forget it. And I could never be that person.
And are you willing to work anywhere in the state at least 9 to 5?
Absolutely. I've been all over the state and I think every courthouse. Yes. And 9 to 5 is no problem.
Well, congratulations to you and your family. Best wishes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Comment or question from other members of the committee. Comment or question from other members of the committee. Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Stephen Dumble. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God or under penalty of perjury.
Absolutely, yes.
You may provide us with your statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Okay. Unlike court, this one amplifies. Good afternoon and thank you, Judiciary Chair Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Representative Quinn, Ranking Members Kissel, and Representative Fishbein, and other distinguished members of this committee. My name is Stephen Dembo. It's my profound honor to appear before you today. Thank you to Governor Lamont and his team for this nomination. I am overwhelmed with gratitude and humility. By way of background, I come from humble beginnings. I was born and raised in New York. As a child, my parents experienced economic insecurity and the need at times to rely upon government assistance. They instilled in me from an early age the importance of education and hard work, and that a person can not only better themselves, but those around them raise up their community. I would not be here were not for the love, dedication, and passion that my parents had to see me succeed. Behind me is my family, 3 children, and my wife, who've supported me throughout my personal and professional career. I only wish my mother could be here to witness the extraordinary honor I have of sitting before you as a nominee. I've lived in Connecticut for 35 years, where we raised our 3 children. And after they left the nest, we call it the Triple E, educated, employed, and elsewhere. We moved to Bloomfield, a great town. I attained my undergraduate degree from the State University of New York at Binghamton, and my law degree from Western England College School of Law. It was instilled in me as a young lawyer, and I truly believe, right as I sit here today, that the practice of law is a noble profession, one in which you can make a real difference in people's lives. I've dedicated my career to that pursuit. I began my career in private practice at a firm in Hartford representing everyday families and individuals in everyday struggles, car accidents, criminal matters, GA appearances, personal injury, and matrimonial cases. While I gained valuable courtroom experience from working with those peoples, more importantly, I learned valuable lessons. I gained an understanding of my clients' life circumstances, their joys, and their heartbreaking stories, who they were as individuals. And just as important, I learned how to really listen to people. To listen, to understand, not to react or respond. I think it's one of the qualities and skills that has made me an effective advocate and will serve me as a jurist if I'm so appointed. After being in private practice, I joined the City of Waterbury Corporation Counsel's Office, represented the city and state and federal courts and in administrative hearings. I tried several cases to conclusion, jury and bench, representing the city, its officers, its employees, firemen, police officers, etc. Began my tenure as a partner at my firm, where I still practice today, in 2000. I represented individuals in contested family and miscellaneous matters throughout the state and many appeals to the Connecticut Appellate and Supreme Courts. All of my clients wanted the same thing. No matter who they were, their socioeconomic status, they wanted to be heard, really heard, in a fair and impartial process. Throughout my career, I've dedicated myself to the improvement of the legal profession. I present annually at the Connecticut Bar Association on the topic of family law, present an annual survey of case law to bar groups, lawyers and judges around the state, and I provide consultation, legal advice to legal aid and children's organizations, including having written amicus briefs. Throughout my representation of all these individuals and families and organizations, I've gained an understanding of people and their interaction with their legal system. I've felt and seen their tears and joy. All this, I believe, gives me a unique ability to ensure that everyone who comes to court is heard, really heard, and treated with respect, dignity. Thank you. I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Congratulations, sir. I just wanted to relate to you that a friend of mine who practices up in North Central Connecticut, Attorney Mary Bergamini, had been hunting me down all week. So we spoke at length this morning, and I was concerned that you had bad news regarding one of our nominees, but she just wanted to remind me that 3 years ago, when she represented my wife in my dissolution proceedings, that she had said, by the way, since you sit on Judiciary Committee, if you ever see Attorney, Stephen Dembo, he's an excellent, excellent attorney. So she was reminding me again this morning of the fact that she had spoken to a ton of colleagues They all hold you in the highest respect, that she couldn't be more happy for your elevation to the bench, and that she has the utmost confidence in you. And I have to say, I have the greatest respect for Attorney Bergamini. It was an amicable divorce, so don't worry about that. But I could just tell from your opening statement that no matter what Rep. O'Day asks, you're never going to have robitis.
I'm well prepared for that
Yeah.
question.
And you're going to be a tremendous asset to the bench. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
Mary's a wonderful person.
Thank you.
Thank-
you, Chairman Winfield.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Steve.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. You know, there is a,
Likewise.
thank you. There's a con and a pro to you being here today. The con is that, at least in my office, myself, you're the go-to guy. You know, when the call comes on the phone and it's the tough case that's like, it's ramping up for trial and there's all these cross motions and motions in limine, I say, you know, the guy for you is Steve Dembo. Here's his number. So that's the con, because I don't know who I'm going to call next, right? The pro is, you know, you as a practitioner, I think we've been co-counsel years ago. I think we've been against each other. I think we settled those couple cases. But when I know that when I go down the hallway at a courtroom, like I'm picturing New Haven, and you look in that window, the door's not open yet,
Right.
but you see the placard, you know, sometimes you're like, oh my God, you know. I know that when I go down that hallway and I see your placard, I'm going to have confidence. I'm going to know that my client is going to get a fair shake no matter what. So, I mean, to your credit, to the system's credit, you being there is just, I think is a great thing. You're also like the guru. I know you write every year about the summarization of what we did to affect especially family law. So I had a technical question for you.
Yes, sir.
What's the difference between a cross complaint and a counterclaim?
So we don't really think of counterclaims in family jurisprudence. I have experience in civil, having represented the city and other and early in my career doing civil litigation. So typically you'd have a counterclaim. Someone sues Representative Fishbein, X versus Fishbein. You might countersue Fishbein versus X. So you think of the arrow coming down, now the arrow is going to come back up. As a counterclaim, you making a claim against the party who commenced the action. A cross complaint is similar because of but we just don't call it a counterclaim in the family jurisprudence.
So is it an error in the practice book? Because I mean, a counterclaim is, you know, you bring a divorce, you counterclaim for a divorce.
Right.
A cross complaint is usually plaintiff to plaintiff.
Same side of the V, if you will.
Of the V,
Yes.
right? So do
You
you
know
know
what,
why? I mean, did they?
I don't. Academically, you're correct. I will just say from a standpoint of bringing down the temperature in family law, which is one of my goals, counter a claim would only perhaps inflame, and we wouldn't want to do that. And so anything we can do to bring it down, but I think it's strictly from a civil procedure standpoint, you're correct.
Because we do have a meeting coming up with the Chief Justice to talk about the practice book, and I think that should be changed all through section 25 of the practice book because it is procedurally incorrect. So, but I thank you for that. And once again, congratulations very much.
Thank you so much for your kind words.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Osborne, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon now, Steve. I am so happy to see you here.
Thank you.
You know, everything that Representative Fishbein said, I second. You are the GOAT, the greatest of all time when it comes to case law. And it has been an honor. And I am personally grateful for the generosity that you have shown to other members of the bar, to your opponents, to young lawyers or inexperienced lawyers coming up. You have been such an asset to really elevating the practice of family law. The guy who knows the case law, the guy who knows the obscure practice book section, If you need to know something, you're the guy to go to, and you have given generously of your time, not just within the CBA, not just within the formal proceedings, and the formal processes for that, but you're always available by phone or text, and I'm grateful for that. And you've been an enormous help, especially since the pandemic hit. And we've really lost that ability for their interaction. And, you know, people don't sit around the lawyer's lounge anymore having that opportunity. So you've really been a great service to the bench and to the bar for being willing to provide that service. And I second what Representative Fishbein said, that any litigant, any attorney coming before you can have confidence that you will have a secure, not just a secure, the most secure grasp of the law that applies. And I'm confident that you'll be equally generous with litigants and attorneys alike in your practice on the bench. But I'm going to come back. I'm going to ask you the same question I've started asking other family law attorneys. What is it about your experience, or how will you apply your experience to know when you're seeing a practitioner use strategic litigation strategies that are actually delving into coercive control, and how are you going to tease out what's going on in a case to corral that?
So I will just tell you that there were two Jennifers in Jennifer's Law. And I was in the case for the first Jennifer. And I witnessed throughout that case extreme, disturbing, I could come up with other adjectives, coercive control. They were restrictions on ability to go to the refrigerator. I mean, you don't even hear of that. Typically, you'll hear cancellation credit cards, taking car keys, cell phones. This was the ultimate extreme. So I'm well wired to observe that and be receptive to it, in the sense of my antennas up, if you will. And so I was pleased when the statute got amended to include that. I think it is a problem. It's not in every case, but it's a problem that we need to be aware of, and one that we need to be cognizant of and look for. And so some of the telltale signs you heard from my colleague, Attorney Cody Vendola, the financial controls. There's also a restriction on one's liberty, cutting off friends, family. And so that's a telltale sign. In the litigation arena, multiplicity of motions, multiplicity of depositions, multiplicity of hearings. And I will say, with the new pathway system, that has been cut down. And judges are much more cognizant of that. In fact, simply filing a motion today, distinct from when we were younger lawyers, doesn't appear on a calendar. There were days where you'd see 30, 40 motions on, and it was insane. And so that level of hostility through motion practice is not as prevalent today. So my antenna's up. I will follow the law. I'm cognizant of it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations, and I look forward to your official appointment.
Thank you so
Mr.
much.
Chair, through you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The robitis question. So how can you assure members of the committee, I think I know the answer, that you will not suffer from robitis should you be elevated to the bench?
So some of my esteemed colleagues who came before me gave you some very good answers. So I'm going to, because we have a lot more, I'm going to adopt what they said, but I'm also going to say the following, that I'm very introspective. When I try a case, some of my materials I gave you were just a trial I finished. I will often ask the judge after the decision comes out, obviously, to critique me. I want to know what was effective, what was not effective. I'll ask my co-counsel if there's one with me, or a younger associate. How did that go? What do you think? So I'm always examining myself, if you will. The other thing that's somewhat unique is when I bring a legal pad, and I have many when I try cases, and you're a lawyer, so a litigator, you have many pads. I have one that I keep right in front of me, and on the top of it, I write, particular to the case, it might say, stay calm, be effective. And so I plan on doing that as well if I'm given the opportunity. When I enter the courtroom, if I'm given that opportunity, and when I leave the courtroom, if I'm given that opportunity, I plan on doing the same introspection that I do currently.
Thank you. I note that in your questionnaire, you don't have any, you don't list any jury trial experience. Have you had any jury trials?
Yeah, it lasts for 10 years. So my first, been practicing 32, give or take 33 years. So I've tried for the city of Waterbury, representing them, yes, jury trials. And in private practice, jury trials. In my last 10 to 15 years, it's been primarily bench trials. Yeah. So both plaintiffs and defense.
And have you ever picked a jury in federal court?
I've assisted it, not solo.
Connecticut, the reason I ask, Connecticut has individual voir dire, which I'm I've tried both federal cases and state cases. Federal, it's box jury
Right.
selection. And I'm a huge fan of the individual voir dire.
So am I.
Which, good to hear. Most trial lawyers are. So
Yes.
that's the right answer. Are you willing to work anywhere in the state at least 9 to 5?
So also prepared for that question. I don't know that anyone would ever come up here and say no, but having said that, let me be clear that I have a statewide practice. So I travel all the way down to Stamford, up to Enfield. If anyone who knows me, I outwork most people. So yeah, that's not a problem.
And most people, that's the same answer we get. But the problem is there have actually been judges who have refused assignments. So just remember in 8 years when you're back, if you're elevated, I think it's pretty confident that you will be.
Thank you.
That don't forget your answers here today because as you go through the process.
I'm just hoping I can get into the building early enough. I generally start at 7 a.m.
All right. That's another good thing to hear. The last thing that Representative Howard asked me to make sure if he's not here to ask, you've focused in on family law and you've probably got some pretty strong feelings on that. But it's important that every judge follow the rule of law and it's the legislature that creates the law. So even if you were to disagree with what the law is, based on your experiences or practice, I assume you could put that aside and follow the law as we write it.
I'm a student of the law. I'm a little bit of a law geek, you might say. And so I'm very clear that you stay in your lane and you follow that which has been prescribed by a different branch of government. Not even a question.
Thank you. And what were those 3 E's again? I've got a 24-year-old. I think I got to, seriously, what's the 3 E's?
Triple E, educated.
Yep.
And they're right behind me. They flew up and drove up, got here last night. Educated, employed, and elsewhere.
Elsewhere was the one that I got to focus on. All right. Yeah. Thank you very much for your response. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and I keyed in on elsewhere as well. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? Attorney Dumble, and you will note that I don't usually say very much at these hearings. I have not today. I want to thank you for your opening statement. People tell us a lot in those opening statements. Usually it's about what they have done. You were helpful in understanding who the person is sitting in front of us. I take everyone in front of us as qualified. What's important to me is who's sitting in front of us. It gives me a sense, although it may turn out not to be the case, but it does give me a sense of who I'm putting on the bench. And I will say that in addition to that, I particularly liked the way that you answered Representative O'Day's question about robitis, because in talking about it, you didn't just talk about your introspection. You also talked about a system of accountability. Usually we get something like, I think about what I do and my children humble me and things like that. But you talked about a way in which you can actually receive feedback. And I think that is critical. And if I could go a little further, I would implore others to do the same. So thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good day. Next, we will hear from Cody Guarnieri. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may provide us with your statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Judiciary Committee Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Cody Guarnieri, and it is a great honor for me to be before you today. I'm grateful to Governor Ned Lamont and his team for the nomination and to all of you for your time and consideration. I want to thank my parents, my wonderful wife, Julianne, and our 3 amazing children, Daniel, Saoirse, and Faith. By way of background, I am a lifelong Connecticut resident. I'm the second of 4 children born into a lower middle-class family in Milford. My father worked in a factory in Norwalk, and my mother was a bartender. They both worked tirelessly to provide for their 4 children, and they did the best they could to make ends meet. They showed me the value of hard work, perseverance, and sacrifice. I was the first in my immediate family to attend college. I graduated from Eastern Connecticut State University, followed by the University of Connecticut School of Law. After graduating law school, I joined the law firm of Brown, Payne, Dearest, and Scott, a mid-size general practice firm in central Connecticut, where I've practiced law since 2012. My law practice has focused on criminal and civil trial litigation, as well as handling administrative matters for professional license holders. Through my law practice, I've had the opportunity to gain substantial criminal and civil trial experience, having tried cases to verdict before judges and juries in civil and criminal matters in state and federal courts. Through my law practice, I have also developed a deep understanding of the circumstances and personal issues that often bring litigants to court, particularly to criminal courts. I've focused on treating my clients with respect and dignity and the empathy that they deserve. I believe that my work with individuals at some of the most difficult times of their lives will translate on the bench to ensuring that litigants feel heard and have a sense of justice being served in the judicial process that is afforded them. While practicing law, I've also been committed to giving back to the profession and to the community. I served on the Criminal Justice Act panel of attorneys for the District of Connecticut, providing representation to indigent criminal defendants in federal courts at substantially reduced rates. I've undertaken substantial pro bono work over the years as well, including pursuing pardons for veterans and supervising law students in their criminal trial clinics. I've also been deeply engaged in organizations committed to the betterment of the legal profession, including holding leadership roles in the criminal justice section of the Connecticut Bar Association, the Hartford County Bar Association, and as a fellow of the Connecticut Bar Foundation. I've presented extensively on legal topics, including giving the annual criminal law review for the Connecticut Trial Lawyers Association since 2021. I come before this committee with great humility and with a deep desire to be of service to the public and to advance the interests of justice in our community. I thank you, and I welcome any questions you may have for me.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. You know, my notes, my review, it was a very balanced career. Very, you know, on paper, very impressive. You present here very impressively. Your writing samples are so well done. I mean, a lot of times when I see something that's like in excess of 20 pages, it's usually a federal prosecutor and there's like 4 different names in the signature block, so I can't tell who actually wrote it, but it's only your name, you know? And so I've got to impute that very detailed legal analysis. There's even one with a drawing. I've never seen anybody put a drawing in the middle of a brief, right? I mean, it actually explains to the court what is going on with the arrows and stuff. I mean, how much more can you ask for? So congratulations and, you know, good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question, Representative O'Day.
Nobody's asking, I guess I'll, congratulations, and thank you for coming before us. Just real quick, you know, the question on robitis, I will say, you know, normally when I was on judicial selection, there was an unwritten rule that you needed a more experience. But I will tell you, while I was not ready at 37 to be a judge, it sounds like you've got the right amount of humility and experience to handle the job of being a judge. Can you just explain to us how you don't think you'll be afflicted with robitis if you were elevated to the bench?
Certainly. Thank you. I would say, and I have to say in part, I have small children. They're 4, 6, and 9. And that has been an incredibly humbling experience on a daily level. I would add as well that over my years of practice, I have stood before courts, usually with somebody standing next to me that is terrified and anxious about what's going on. And also with the same stresses of practice. And I've been in court where I have to be in 3 other courts, and I have a pre-sentence investigation report in the afternoon and a trial that starts tomorrow, and I'm waiting for continuances to come down. So I think I'm acutely aware of the stresses and anxieties that that lawyers and those in the legal profession and in the courthouse have, as well as the stresses and anxieties and the emotional turmoil that people who are involved in the process have. And I will keep those in the forefront of my mind to ensure that I'm not afflicted by robitis.
Thank you for that. And I will tell you, I often tell people that having my children are spaced about the same as you, but they're like 14 years ahead. So you're in nirvana. I would trade places with you in a minute. But real quick on the, I see that you've got 7 jury verdicts over to conclusion. Number of those was jury and number non-jury?
I believe 2 were to the bench and the rest were jury, and that correct.
And you picked, I see you have federal court experience as well. Have you picked a jury trial in federal court?
I have.
Which do you prefer, the federal court or state court?
I prefer
It's a
the
loaded
state system.
question. Yeah, okay.
Absolutely.
That's the right answer. All right, and are you willing to serve anywhere in the state at least 9 to 5?
Absolutely.
And the rule of law obviously is very important to the judicial system. As I tell jurors, you may disagree with your life experiences, what the judge says the law is, but you got to follow it. You on the bench obviously don't create the law, we do, and you have to follow it. If you disagree with the law as we draft it, would you be able to still follow it?
I would absolutely be able to follow the law as it is directed to us from the legislature.
Thank you very much for your responses. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the ages. That it flies. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Comment, question from Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Attorney Guarnieri, congratulations on your nomination. I also handle criminal defense as a significant part of my practice, and in looking at how you answered question 6, it just raised a question in my mind. I would like to address issues in criminal court. Did you mean that as that's the type of assignment you'd like to have, or that you've seen things happen in criminal courts that you might handle differently?
And well, thank you for the question. My intention was to suggest that would be an assignment that would be particularly meaningful to me. I'm sure that over my years of practice, there are things that I have seen that I would do differently. But I didn't intend the answer to suggest any specific criticism I have of the process.
Okay. Was just curious because, as I'm sure you've seen, there have been circumstances where I've said, geez, if I was a judge, I probably would have handled that a little bit differently. But again, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? I do have a question. Given my statement to the last person up there and your response about children, I guess I will press you a little bit on systems of accountability. And I'll just say this. Most of the people who have actually exhibited robitis have children and have answered the question with how they humble you. And I get it. I have 4 children, one of whom's adult and keeps coming back. So I understand completely. But what are your systems of accountability?
Yeah, And thank you. And I do think that, you know, trying to keep in the forefront of my mind the times that I've been in situations with people that are involved in the system, I think is going to be an important part of it. You know, I think the fact that I've, you know, practiced for these years and have a deep appreciation for all of the different players that are involved and all the different stresses that we're under is going to be, you know, the most significant aspect of how I will remember what it was like to be here and to be on that side of the bench when I'm doing anything that I need to do involving litigants on the other side.
Thank you. And looking at what has been presented to us, I think you should be here today. I would just say to all who come before us to really think about putting in place definite systems to help you. There have been some folks who I think are amazing, and they've gotten further along and felt stressed in a moment and reacted in ways that they would not have expected. And a real system of accountability may have helped them. And I think someone who, like you, presents as you do, we don't want to see you back here in the future having to deal with having done something you might not want to do or treated someone in a way you never expected. So, but again, thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Christine Jean-Louis. All right, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Judiciary Committee Chairs Winfield and Strasstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Christine Jean-Louis, and I'm humbled and honored to appear before you as one of Governor Lamont's nominees for Superior Court Judge. I would like to thank Governor Lamont and his team for the nomination. I'd also like to thank my husband and daughter for joining me here today in support, and my family, mentors, and friends here and watching online. Starting with where I came from, my parents immigrated to the United States from Haiti after they were married. My father, with a high school degree, worked in manufacturing as an engraver before he retired. Although he had the goal to become an engineer, the opportunities for him to do so in this country while caring for his family proved difficult. My mother, on the other hand, was more fortunate with access to opportunities. She started as a housekeeper for several years before completing her college degree in accounting, eventually making her way into education as a teacher, earning her master's, and is now in an administrative role in a charter school. As a daughter to immigrants, I learned that access to information is a necessity for success. With that knowledge, I became a self-starter in every path that I took. From a computer science major at NYU during the time of 9/11, I pivoted and worked at a law firm while applying to law school. I left New York and journeyed to Connecticut to attend UConn Law, where my identity as a lawyer began. From law school, I clerked for 3 years, 1 year at the appellate court for Justice Loui Harper, and 2 years at the United States District Court for Judge Alvin Thompson. I went on to Regan and Dana, where I practiced franchise and general litigation. I was also a federal criminal defense lawyer under the Criminal Justice Act for defendants who were unable to afford counsel. From there, I spent over 7 years at the Office of the Attorney General in its Infrastructure and Economic Development section, where I defended the state in construction and transportation-related claims. I then had the honor of coming into my existing role as General Counsel for our Lieutenant Governor, Susan Bysiewicz. I'm fortunate to have an array of experiences for the law, where I grew into a generalist-type lawyer, taking no specialty with the sole goal of mastering whatever I was doing at the time to the best of my abilities and striving for excellence. While engaging with others, I returned back to the lessons learned from observing my parents, to always be resourceful and aware of how others are treated when looking for access, which serves for me as a foundation to have compassion and empathy for others and has only deepened over time as I grew into my career. I also work hard in being as knowledgeable as possible in my cases as I strive to consistently achieve the best outcome. And after spending majority of my career in public service, I've learned a lot serving the state and the people within it. If confirmed, I will continue to use my life and professional experiences to serve the state and those coming before the judicial branch. Thank you for taking the time to consider my nomination, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or questions? Representative Fishbone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are a very detailed oriented person.
I am.
I can tell that from your questionnaire. I've never seen that level of detail. And I'm particularly looking at question 13 that you carried over to page 7, which that's a detail that most people would not do. So you get 2 points for that. And then you gave us 7 pages of backup for why those cases were important to you. So you spent a lot of time. And I appreciate it. I can't tell you how much I appreciate, being able to read about your cases in detail. It's just your want exudes from this questionnaire. So, I thought I knew everybody in town. I know you're from my town. We've never met before. But I gotta say, that level of detail, your resume, the stuff you did, the AG's office, working with Lieutenant Governor Bysowitz in various areas. I thank you for coming here today, and
Thank you.
congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fishbone. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Representative Porter, followed by Representative Odette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it is so great to see you here today.
Thank you.
I'm just going to join in the accolades with Representative Fishbone. There's no need to belabor it. You have done an outstanding job with your application, which speaks to the work that you've done as well. And I am so pleased and so honored to be able to sit here today and have you before us with this nomination. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And I look forward to seeing you on the bench. I'm just going to speak it, right? Speaking those things that are not as if they were is what I'm doing, because that is what I'm believing that you will receive. You deserve that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Representative Odette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations on your nomination. And I have to say, when I heard, so my associate recently had a baby, and I love the sound of babies.
I know, I had to
And
stop her from talking.
No, I actually walked out when your husband brought your baby out.
Okay.
I said, congrats. So congratulations on
Thank
your
you.
baby. It's fantastic. So my robitis question, I think I know the answer to it, not having had any interactions with you, but how can you assure members of this committee that you will not suffer from the affliction of robitis?
Well, beyond my personal experience, I consider robitis almost as an ego. And I've worked really hard my entire life to check my ego. And believe it or not, I do worry about public perception. I'm always worried about what other people are thinking. So if there's ever an instance where someone felt that my interactions with them were a certain way, I course correct almost immediately. So because of that fear that I have internally, that's kind of my checks and balances in my own system to ensure that that never happens.
And I gave an example of a robitis experience I had where a trial was scheduled on a date that I didn't pick, and the judge refused my consent to continuance. And I don't want to make I don't want anybody to be confused. I don't think every continuance should be granted, but if there's a valid continuance that's consented to, I assume you wouldn't have a problem. I know you've worked for the AG's office. There's plenty of lawyers in the AG's office, but not everybody has that many lawyers, sometimes solo practitioners and whatnot. So it's important as a practicing member of the bar that judges at least consider reasonable continuance requests and don't deny them outright. Would you not having, you've never practiced solo in a solo firm or small firm?
No, but I would agree with you, especially when parties consented to it. It seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah, thank you. And then are you willing to work anywhere in the state at least 9 to 5?
Well, I haven't had a 9 to 5 since the appellate court when I was clerking there. So my entire career has been not a 9 to 5. So absolutely.
And I see you put down 0% as far as jury trials.
Mhm.
Um,
And just,
Yep.
if I may, it's 0% of jury trials just in the past 10 years. My experience with jury trials came from my clerkships. So I interned with Judge Thompson during my last year in law school, and then I interned with him. I clerked with him for 2 years after my appellate court. So I've had 3 years of jury experience on the federal side, but not on the state side.
You know, that's good because I will tell you, when I was on the hiring committee at my old firm, we looked for clerks because you could see what was done wrong as
Mhm.
much as you saw what was done right. So
Correct.
it sounds like you were able to observe a lot of good things and bad things as a clerk.
Absolutely.
So not having observed jury selection in a federal, you've never observed jury selection in a state case?
I've been attempted to be selected on the state side, but I had never actually been selected. I've been selected once in New York when I used to live in New York for jury, but that's it.
Okay, so you've actually been through the state jury system as a potential juror, but not selected.
Correct.
All right. I would just encourage you, obviously, you're going to go to judges school. I'm confident you're going to be successful.
Whatever I don't know, I figure out.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Do you feel comfortable reaching out to others if a question or issue comes up?
Yes.
And my last question, Representative Howard usually asks, but I'll jump on it. The rule of law, obviously it's important. And when I do jury selection, this is one of the questions that I ask, is that even if you disagree with the law that the legislature drafts, will you be able to follow it even if you think it's wrong?
Yes.
All right. Well, best wishes. Congrats on your baby.
Thank you.
And good luck. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, I take this very seriously. And you have given me reason to smile today.
Oh,
Thank you.
good.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Devant Joiner. Good afternoon. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you'll provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God or under penalty of perjury.
I do.
You may provide us with your statement.
Thank you. Good morning, Judiciary Committee Chairs Winfield and Stratham, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Devant Joiner, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you to the Governor of Vermont for his nomination, and I'd also like to thank the Governor's legal office for navigating me through this process. I would like to thank my best friend, my wife, Kristen, who is here with me today, and our fantastic little daughter for our support during this time. I am here today with the knowledge that I could be more than I ever dreamt possible of becoming. As I sat down to write this opening statement, I thought back to the person I was in high school, the person I was in college, the person working at Foot Locker, the Marine, the cable technician, the first-year law student who struggled, and the GA prosecutor starting out in New Haven. Those people would never imagine or believe that I would be here today in front of this distinguished body with the opportunity to become a judge of the Superior Court of Connecticut. By way of background, I am the son of a teenage single mother who grew up in New Haven's public housing. I never met my father, who I was told died in prison. My mother unfortunately became addicted to drugs during my middle school and high school years, and that situation deteriorated over those years, so much so that upon graduating from high school with a full athletic scholarship to St. John's University, I found myself homeless. The first year of college was difficult, but I did find my place and graduated, only to find myself homeless once again. I worked several years in New York, joined the Marine Corps, where I was meritoriously promoted and honorably discharged. I worked as a cable guy, yes, just like Jim Carrey, but nowhere near as creepy. I left that job to pursue a dream of going to law school and graduated and became a prosecutor in my hometown of New Haven. My time as an assistant state's attorney for the last 18 years is something I take great pride in. Throughout my tenure as a GA prosecutor, I have gained considerable courtroom experience, appearing daily in court, handling over a dozen criminal trials to verdict, as well as numerous violations of probation, conditional discharge hearings, evidentiary hearings that were dispositive of the legal issues in question. The trials of my upbringing led me to question who and what I could become. Those experiences gave me a firm recognition that actions do have consequences, and moreover, those consequences can follow you far into the future. However, I have benefited from truly great friends who have been generous beyond measure. Those friendships have shown me that compassion and empathy exist in all of us. And I sit here today because of them, hard work, and no small amount of luck. If I am privileged enough to become a judge of the Superior Court, I will use the experiences of my personal life to exercise discretion in a manner consistent with compassion and empathy that have been shown me by so many in my own life. Recognizing that the decisions I make have lasting consequences for those who appear in front of me. It is those hallmarks of compassion and empathy that have guided me through my time as a GA prosecutor, where I have handled hundreds of thousands of cases over the last 18 years. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today and hopefully answer any questions and concerns that you may have.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question, Representative Fishbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
In your questionnaire, question 12, well, before I get there, withdrawn. When did you go through judicial selection?
I believe it was in 2022, sir.
Okay. And in the questionnaire, question 12, the second sentence of your answer, it says, I've worked in the GA during that time, recognizing that we have more than one GA. What GA have you worked in?
I've worked in both New Haven, Meriden, and New Britain.
Okay, so you were first in New Haven?
New Haven for 15 years, and in New Haven, we would transfer back sometime if they needed help in Meriden, if they were short-staffed, because the Meriden GA is part of the New Haven Judicial District.
Yep, and then and you're presently in New Britain?
That is correct.
And how long have you been in New Britain?
I went to New Britain in, I can remember, October of 2019, just before the pandemic began.
Okay. And then the cases, question 13, it says, please list the 10 most significant legal matters you have handled in the last 10 years. I believe I looked at all of those cases in Westlaw, and those are all cases that you were on the brief. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
So you didn't argue any of those cases in court? You weren't involved at the trial level or anything like that?
No, every case that I put down, it was either myself as the sole counsel or cases that I handled as part of my GA responsibilities.
Of these cases, which one were you sole counsel?
Theodore Jones was a trial matter that I was the sole counsel. Quentin Davis.
When the Theodore Jones case went up, because the only site you gave us is the appellate site. You were on the brief on that case, right?
I was the attorney that tried the matter.
Okay, so at the trial level,
correct,
you handled that, and then at the appellate level, somebody else handled the actual argument, but you were on the brief.
Correct. I've never done any appellate work. All of these matters would have been matters that I tried at the trial level, sir.
Okay. And we also ask to explain why they are significant. So I was trying to discern from your answer, it didn't appear that you told us why any of those cases, you told us a little bit about the case. So like the Theodore Jones case, all you said was proving constructive possession of a pistol without a permit, right?
Right.
So I was trying to unpack, and that's why I went to look at the
Yeah.
cases. Why was that case significant?
Well, in that matter, it was a case in which started out as an attempted assault in the first degree. And when the police officers got a description of the individual, Mr. Jones, they went out to the location and they found him next to a fence. And when they looked over the other side of the fence, there was a snowbank in which they found a firearm. And I was proving pistol without a permit, which requires that the actual firearm be on your person. And I was able to argue successfully that we should be able to charge an individual with pistol without a permit, even if the gun is not directly found on his person, if he had it within moments of the police arriving.
Okay, and is the significance was as a result of a small amount of cases that you handled, or was there some particular aspect of that case that it was significant? Did you learn something? I mean, that's what we get from other people, right?
Well, it was significant to me because the statute called for the firearm to be on your person, and I was able to argue successfully that there should be a time period in which a person had a firearm in their possession, and you shouldn't be able to toss it right before the police arrive to then say, you know what, you can't charge me with pistol without a permit at this time. And
Yeah,
was
no,
able to
I
argue.
understand the facts, and I don't want to, so sometimes I could understand, in my resume, similar case where I didn't think there was any way I was going to win this, and it was
Mhm.
significant to me because I was successful in that case. So I'm just trying to,
Well, yes, that would be my argument. I was successful in that argument, and it went up to the appellate court, and they agreed with my assessment of the case.
okay, so it was like a badge of courage, I guess, so to speak, in your resume. That's what I was trying to glean off the paper, right?
That would be correct, sir.
Okay. And then your writing samples, we asked for 3 writing samples, and you submitted selections that you chose to send to us. And, the first one was in the case of Theodore Jones, once again,
Correct.
right? It was your motion on behalf of the residents of the state of Connecticut, or at least in that GA, right? For trial together of informations and the state's motion for joinder of prosecution. And I had a lot of problems reading it. There was on the first page alone, and it's only 5 pages long, there were significant misuse of words, misspellings. For instance, I'll read to you half of the first sentence, which probably needs some punctuation in the middle. The defendant stands accused of the, wait, I'll start again. The defendant stands accused on the first matter of possession of a narcotic substance with the intent to sale by way of an on-site arrest and AN in violation of Connecticut general statutes occurring on a particular date. I mean, that should have been with intent to sell by way of an on-site arrest and in violation. In the very next line, defendant was arrested under police New Haven, and the word police again. So it's redundant. There shouldn't have been the word police within 3 words of each other. There's a sentence on that very first page. The accused DNA was found to be present on that firearm, which, it should be something like the DNA of the accused was found to be present on the firearm.
That would be fair.
I went to your next writing sample. And that also was something filed on behalf of the residents of the state of Connecticut. And that is in the case of Jason Calderon. This is 2022, you're in New Britain. And once again, on the first page, there are approximately 10 misspellings or misuse of grammar. For instance, in the first line, the state, comma, moves that this court find. I mean, maybe I'm being hyper technical there, but I don't think the comma would be appropriate. But halfway down, there's a sentence. The state moves that Trooper Merriam was under no obligation to advise Mr. Calder Perez of his rights. Obviously, it should have been advised. Because he was not in custody and Trooper was not interrogating him. The Trooper, there should have been the. I do have problem, I mean, because, you know, part of being a judge, a Superior Court judge, is writing a memorandum of decision that people can discern. Do you have, I mean, we asked you for writing samples and this is the product that you chose to send to us. So it isn't like I pulled it out of the, you know, the ether sphere. Do you have any response to that?
Yes, I do, sir. The writing samples that I provided were writing samples that I had done on the most recent cases that I had tried. And when you're writing samples for trials that you were in the GA, most of these cases are called up rather quickly, and you have to put these writing samples together rather quickly. Those motions and of joinder and motions in limine were probably done within a day of trying to do jury selection. So I know I can understand that there are some errors in there, and I recognize that when I sent them, but I wanted to make sure that I sent something that proved my knowledge of the law, because if you review those, the law that is there is all correct, and I prevailed on all of those motions.
Okay, I just flipped to the third of your writing samples, once again, another motion. And this is in the Stark matter, which, I mean, based upon the docket number, Mr. Stark was arrested in 2019, so that was a while ago. I would think that the matter was disposed of a while ago. And on the first page, once again, I'm seeing misspellings. That's a concern. Do you know what the term prosecutorial vindictiveness means?
I do.
Okay, and what does it mean?
It believes when a prosecutor is bringing a matter against an individual for probably personal reasons, I would probably say, and not to the best interest of the state.
Okay, and many times it's you have, let's say, two individuals that are arrested for burglary, and one is treated different by the prosecutor, and it's a claim that they are being treated differently because the prosecutor is using bias. Is that fair?
It could be. It could also be, as I stated.
And in the last year, have you been accused of prosecutorial vindictiveness?
I can't say that I have anything that has been filed against me for prosecutorial vindictiveness, no.
Okay. Wasn't there a motion to dismiss that was filed, well, within the last 2 years? Was there a motion to dismiss filed in a case claiming that you had employed prosecutorial vindictiveness against a defendant?
I would have to ask for a site or a name to refresh my recollection to anything of that nature.
Okay. You say, I mean, I would think it's a very severe thing if we have a prosecutor that's before us is being asked, has anybody filed a motion within the last 2 years? And that you would be asking for a site. I mean, I can tell you that I have a document that's been highly redacted. I can read to you the portions that I have, and maybe that would refresh your recollection. Are you saying that a motion was not filed within the last 2 years against you claiming prosecutorial vindictiveness?
I can't think of a case that I've handled in the last 2 years that someone filed a motion for prosecutorial vindictiveness. No. I have had motions filed where people have asked for their case to be dismissed, but for any prosecutorial vindictiveness, not anything that I can recall directly, no.
Okay. In this particular matter, my understanding is that it was alleged that there were more than one defendant and that one of the defendants asked to go to trial. And it was alleged that you treated that defendant differently because they opted for that. Does that refresh your recollection at all?
Yes, I do remember that matter.
Okay. That was within the last 2 years.
Yes, and that matter, as in all cases, is case specific. I'm not sure, because the matter has been resolved, I can go into the full background, but one individual was arrested with no prior criminal history. And as when you read the file, there were 2 individuals who stated that the person who was treated differently was actually defending himself against the other individual. And when you start working on a case for trial, you can sit down with a victim and a police officer, and you can flush out charges that may have not originally been charged. And in that case, after speaking with the victim and the police officer, it was determined that there were additional charges that the state could prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And
Okay, so you were presented with 2 defendants. One of those defendants was interested in a plea bargain, correct?
one individual, the individual whose case was resolved without trial, his case was lowered to an infraction and he paid a small fine.
Okay. And the other individual who was opting for trial, what happened to his case?
After sitting down with my supervisor and other members in our office, we decided that it was not worth the state's time to try that matter, considering that he had already served a maximum of 90 days, which would have been what he would have gotten on his original charge.
So the facts, I believe, as presented here is you have 2 defendants, one cops a plea down to an infraction, he pays a fine. The other one, who was opting for a jury trial, has more significant charges brought against him. A motion is filed claiming that you are not being proper, and your supervisor sits down with you, and the results of that second case, instead of dealing with the motion to dismiss, the case gets nollied, right?
I'm trying to remember if it was, yes, I believe it was nollied.
Okay. And how often has that happened in the last 2 years in your career?
Oh, what exactly, sir?
Well, the claim of I'm still having problem with, I would think that if a prosecutor was accused of prosecutorial vindictiveness and they're asked the direct question within the last 2 years, that it wouldn't be common that, you know, would have come to your knowledge readily, quickly.
The motion to dismiss was filed, and when I reviewed it, I saw that there were certain things in it that I did not agree with, and I was prepared to answer to those allegations. Because we decided that it was not worth the state's time to actually try the matter, it was knowledge, so I never had to address it.
There was also a claim in the motion that you may have there was a race issue in that motion also raised?
Yes.
And what was that issue?
The defense attorney claimed or said, I think her wording was, she hopes the state is not bringing these charges because the victim in the matter is an African American and the state's attorney is an African American.
All right, well, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Comment or question, Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Attorney Joiner, for coming before us and answering the questions. And thank you for your service as a Marine.
Thank you.
You know, I see you've had 14 solo jury trials.
In the last 10 years,
In the last 10
5
years.
within the last year.
Okay. The Robitis question. So, as I've asked everybody, I'll ask you as well. I don't do any criminal work intentionally. So I've never had a case with you. How can you assure the members of this committee that you will not be afflicted with Robitis should you be elevated to the bench?
As I've stated, I've appeared daily in court over the last 18 years. If I'm not in court one day, I am preparing for a trial that day. So I've appeared in front of dozens of judges over the last 18 years, some better than others, as you can imagine. And I have been in front of judges where I haven't felt I've been treated fairly or properly, and I would never do that to anyone else. I would also count on my colleagues who are around me to point out if they believe I am acting out of turn.
And based on your opening remarks, I will tell you and everybody else, and the 2 or 3 that may be listening on the TV, CTN, that I do think humility is a key to being a good judge, good legislator. And based on your opening remarks, your story is a compelling one, starting off, and you've got a sense of humor with the Jim Carrey line was a good one. I guess following up a little bit on my prior colleague's question, being a prosecutor, I imagine a number of the individuals who you're trying to incarcerate may be unhappy. What can you tell members of the committee that don't practice in criminal law to maybe assuage our concerns that an allegation of prosecutorial misconduct is not indicative of the kind of prosecutor you were or are, and not indicative of the kind of judge you would be, if that question makes sense?
It does. It does. I would say this. I practiced in New Haven as a GA prosecutor, which is the busiest courthouse in the entire state, for 15 years. And I lived in New Haven for those entire time. And I lived in the community. I went out to dinner in the community, and I had people come up to me often and say, "Hey, you're the prosecutor from the GA, right?" "Yeah." "Hey, thank you. You treated me well." So I would take the fact that people who I have actually prosecuted against have come to me to tell me that they appreciate the work that I've done and the fairness that I've shown them as a testament to my character.
And I guess I had asked this question earlier, you know, your role as a judge is obviously much different than your role as a prosecutor. And I have been told that some prosecutors are able to put that hat away more easily than others. And I guess my question to you is, you feel comfortable in telling us that you'll be able to put that hat, the prosecutorial hat aside and put on the judge's robe and that role if you were to be elevated to the Superior Court?
I would. And I would also mention that as a state's attorney and as a prosecutor, we have a responsibility to multiple people, to the state of Connecticut, if there are any victims, and also to the defendant, to make sure that any dispositions we are offering, which are ultimately granted by the court, that those dispositions are fair. And I've prided myself on making sure that I am always thinking about all three of those parties anytime I draft a disposition.
My last question, and thank you, Chair, to the chair for giving me a little indulgence. Are you willing to, if you were elevated, would you be willing to serve anywhere in the state of Connecticut, at least 9 to 5?
I would, and I have great podcasts in my truck, so I can drive anywhere I need to go.
Appreciate that. And I will tell you, I did reach out to Judge Kevin Doyle.
Yes.
And he speaks highly of you as well. So thank you for your service, and I wish you best wishes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee. Comment, question. I have a question. So I just want to go back to your exchange with Representative Fishbein. So you said to Representative Fishbein that there were things that you were prepared to answer to, but you didn't have to, given how things turned out. Were the things that you were prepared to answer to what Representative Fishbein was talking about this issue of prosecutorial vindictiveness?
So to answer that question, when I originally was handed that case, it was to go do a pretrial, go see a judge, and start picking a jury. I had never picked up that case before that day. I read the file, and then I started preparing for it, which the first thing you do is get the victim in to see if you even have a victim. I met with that victim, and he told me about what happened to him. And then I sat down with the police officer to speak to him about what he saw happen. And after speaking to both of those people and then checking with our appellate people about whether or not I could change the charge at the eve of trial, and they said it was in our discretion to always change a charge because we are the charging authority. And that was what I did. And the attorney in question was not appreciative of that. And that was when the motion to dismiss was filed.
Okay. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? If not, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, sir.
Next, we will hear from Christina Lopez. Good afternoon. If you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you will provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may provide your statement.
Good afternoon, Judiciary Committee Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and other distinguished members of this committee. My name is Christina Lopez, and I thank Governor Lamont for nominating me to serve the people of Connecticut as a Superior Court judge. I thank my husband, children, parents, and siblings, and the colleagues and friends who have supported me along the way. I graduated from Middlebury College in 1999 and Boston University School of Law in 2003. For the first 13 years of my career, I was a litigator in private practice, primarily representing injured plaintiffs in personal injury and medical malpractice actions, as well as individuals in insurance coverage disputes. While in private practice, I also represented individual defendants in a variety of contexts and worked at a big firm, a small firm, and joined a solo practitioner. 8 years ago, I left private practice and joined the coverage litigation group of the Hartford, where I spent 6 years managing complex litigation throughout the US. I've spent the last 2 years using my litigation experience to advise the business side of the Hartford on the multitude of legal issues facing a Fortune 500 company doing business in the US and abroad. While practicing law and raising my family, I've dedicated a significant amount of time to serving the community. I spent over a decade as a board director of the YWCA Hartford region, an entity whose mission is to empower women and eliminate racism. I also spent many years as a director of the Connecticut Hispanic Bar Association, who works to support Hispanic attorneys throughout the state. More recently, I have participated in the Judicial Branch's Civics Academy, an initiative they launched last year to promote civics education in our elementary schools. I'm only speaking before you here today because my grandparents made the difficult decision to flee Cuba with their young children, my parents, in order to escape a communist regime. Through their words and actions, my parents instilled in me a belief that a healthy society only works properly and individuals can only thrive if that society has clear laws that are communicated to its members, that are enforced equitably, and that are interpreted rationally and consistently by separate, robust, and independent institutions. I've always felt that my work as an attorney mattered because I played a role in upholding those principles. This would only be more true should I be fortunate enough to be appointed a judge. I believe I have the life experience, the temperament, and the perspective necessary to serve as a judge of the Superior Court. I'm humbled to be here. I thank you for your consideration. I ask for your support, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. Attorney Lopez, congratulations on your nomination. An individual named Grace Conahan, through a third party, who has a very good friend named Paloma, says that I should very much support your nomination. Who's this Paloma?
Paloma's my 13-year-old daughter.
Ah, okay. 13-year-old daughter has a lot of good connections. Anyhow, I just wanted to relay that.
Thank
Try to
you.
bring a little levity here, so somber. But this is a great day, and you have a nice varied background. Appreciate your nomination, and I think I didn't have a chance to state this for everybody, but for everybody that's still here, Governor Lamont and his council deserve an awful lot of credit. It's a very diverse group of individuals, and I haven't seen one individual thus, nor do I anticipate anybody later on today that doesn't have an extremely excellent background, both in experience and in understanding of jurisprudence. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Staffstrom.
Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too congratulate you on your nomination, and I thank you for your very detailed Exhibit 1.
Thank you.
It's always, obviously you care about this process and letting us know why those cases are or were significant to you. I also thank you for your adjectives with regard to your hobbies. We read and write for a living, right? And certainly voracious readers, as you typify it, become very good writers. And I certainly appreciate when I read a memorandum of decision that you painstakingly go through a trial waiting for that decision to come in the mail, and you finally get it, and you can read it and you can understand it. And that's like so important for the process. Since Representative O'Day is not here, and we tend not to ask these questions. We leave it to him because otherwise he'd never appear. So what assurances can you give us that you would not, if you are so confirmed that you would not exemplify robitis.
Yeah, I've worked as a retail sales associate. I've worked as a hostess. I've worked as a waitress. I've worked as a receptionist. I've been a young attorney. And I remember situations when I was in those roles where people treated me poorly because they thought they could. And I would never want to make anybody feel how I remember feeling in those situations. So I hold those experiences close to me. And, that's my kind of like ticket to remember why not have robitis. I also think about systems checks. I know you didn't ask it, but I know Senator Winfield often does. And I, like Attorney Dumble, am a person that actively solicits feedback routinely, not only from my superiors, but from my colleagues and my peers, as well as from my staff. And should I be so lucky to be appointed, I would hope to foster those relationships wherever I'm appointed, so that people feel like they can come and talk to me when I ask them and say truthfully and with candor and say, that was a good job, or maybe that wasn't such a good job. Think about how you could do this better. I listen to that feedback and I incorporate their suggestions into future work.
And would you be willing to serve 9 to 5 in any location in the state of Connecticut that you are so assigned?
Absolutely.
Okay. I think I've met my qualifications. Representative O'Day's requirements, and therefore I defer back to the chair. Thank you.
Further questions or comments from the committee? If not, I want to just echo the comments of the ranking member with respect to your Exhibit 1. Oftentimes we get these, and the question asks for most significant legal matters, and most often it is a case or a appellate decision. I found interesting that the first one you listed was actually your work on analyzing and revising policies based on legislation that passed. And in that instance, it sounds like there was, you termed it a bill that sent shockwaves through the insurance industry that was passed by the Nevada Assembly on the last day of the session without debate or without public comment. Now, we know nothing like that would ever happen here in this building, but I guess that would affectionately be called a strike all amendment. Is that correct?
I don't know what it was be called, but it was shocking for sure. And the Nevada legislature only meets once every 2 years. So it was on the books for 2 years. Yeah, it was surprising.
Wouldn't that be something? All right. Well, listen, congratulations on your nomination and thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next up will be Sarah Nadim. If you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Have a seat, and whenever you're ready, we'll take your opening statement.
Good afternoon, Judiciary Committee Chair Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Sarah Nadim, and it is an honor to appear before you today. Thank you to Governor Lamont and his team for this nomination, and to all of you for your consideration. I want to thank my parents, Nahid and Abbas, and my husband Jeremy and our children for their unwavering support and encouragement. My parents fled to the United States during the Islamic Revolution in Iran. I grew up aware that the judicial system we have in the United States is not something people in every country get to experience. It gave me a deep appreciation for our system and the freedom and liberties we have here, especially knowing that many of my family members still live in a society that is oppressive, particularly towards women. This perspective was formative during my childhood and in my decision to pursue a career in public service. I began my legal career as a public defender. As a public defender, I dedicated myself to providing the best advocacy for my indigent clients. My years as a public defender not only helped me develop my skills as a trial lawyer, but also how to help people of many different backgrounds navigate our judicial system. Many of my clients suffered from mental illnesses and substance abuse issues. I learned that it was necessary to take a holistic approach to my cases, understanding not only is it important that the law is applied correctly, but that there are many areas where discretion and judgment are vital to getting to the right decision. This is where my ability to listen and empathize has served me well. After the Public Defender's Office, I joined the Attorney General's office in the Child Protection section. There, I represented the Department of Children and Families to protect our most vulnerable citizens, our children. In this role, I frequently appeared in our superior and appellate courts, which exposed me to many different judges, attorneys, and courtroom staff. These positions helped me learn from and appreciate varying styles and approaches. Most recently, I've served in the antitrust section. I'm very proud of the work I've been able to do for the citizens of our state, working on our litigation against the pharmaceutical industry for their role in the opioid epidemic. The multi-million-dollar settlements we have achieved for the state have gone and will go to our communities for much-needed addiction services and education. This nomination process has allowed me to reflect on my heritage and upbringing and my goal of pursuing a career in public service. I'm grateful that I've been able to serve my community and our state throughout our career. I'd be honored to continue my service as a judge of the Superior Court. Thank you for your consideration, and I welcome any questions.
Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
I just had one question in your, at the very, very end of your questionnaire, you said chairwoman of the expert subcommittee, and it just laid there. What does that mean?
Happy to explain. So in the multi-state investigations, the states throughout the country that are participating will create subcommittees to address different issues. For example, if we go to trial, will we need experts retained? And I am the chairwoman of that expert subcommittee. So I felt that was significant to put on there, considering the leadership role that I've been given in this case.
And it is within the context of the Live Nation Ticketmaster investigation?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
If we wanted to retain an expert in that investigation, I've been leading the committee that's been looking into that and researching potential experts and things along those lines.
Great. I mean, once again, I learned something up here all the time. We will shift to a Representative O'Day's questions. How can you assure us that if confirmed that you will not be afflicted with robitis?
So I've served as a public defender for many years, and also in my role representing the Department of Children and Families, I understand deeply that the day that an individual comes to court can often be the most stressful and potentially worst day of their life. And I think it's extremely important to treat everyone with dignity and respect. Also, as a young attorney working in the courtroom, I learned a lot from courtroom staff. They knew a lot more than I did, and I'm sure they'll have institutional knowledge if I do happen to be appointed to the bench. So I think it's important to recognize everyone has an important role in our system, not just because you're the judge that you're the most important person there, and to have humility and remember my experience as an attorney.
And, since Representative O'Day is not here, I will recognize that his second question is actually a compound question. It would be strikeable, and therefore we will bifurcate. If confirmed, are you willing to serve anywhere in the state?
Absolutely.
And if confirmed, are you willing to work 9 to 5 at least?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Further questions, comments, or objections to make? No? All right. Congratulations on your nomination. Thanks for being with us. Next up would be Matthew Netchie. Matt, if you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the information provided this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Have a seat whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Matthew Netchie. It's a great privilege to be with you today. I'd like to begin by thanking Governor Lamont for this nomination, for this opportunity, and also want to extend my gratitude to his full team that's helped me through this process. I also want to recognize my family, particularly my wife, my daughters, my parents. They have consistently encouraged me and supported me and certainly challenged me to be the best version of myself. My wife, Jen, is my absolute partner in everything. There's just not sufficient time today to really voice the true extent of my love and gratitude for her, but I'm very appreciative of that. I'm someone who believes we all have an obligation to help who we can, how we can, and when we can. And following that guiding principle has allowed me to grow as a person, to mature as an attorney, and to really stay focused on an absolute truth in my life. I'm at my best when I'm in service to others. This has been true for almost 2 decades of my time as a litigator, where the focus of my practice has been insurance defense and workers' compensation. I'm very thankful for the opportunities that were provided to me by the Monstream Law Group and Howland and Sage. And I would very much be remiss if I did not take a moment to thank the many staff members that I have been fortunate enough to work with over the last 18 years. After spending almost 4 decades volunteering with Special Olympics Connecticut, I am truly honored to now be serving as the organization's board chair. Anyone that spends time with our athletes falls in love with the diversity, the strength, and the absolute joy that they bring to our state, and those are my people. I'm also a very proud UConn Husky, and I would like to thank the university community for its support. I really also want to recognize my fellow alums who I've worked with at the Husky Ticket Project, where we've provided countless opportunities for children from underserved communities to attend UConn events. Working with these organizations and supporting their missions has truly been just a great highlight of my life. Finally, I'm cognizant that I'm here before you because of the efforts of many. Individuals have selflessly supported me throughout my life. I'm forever grateful to call them friends and mentors. I thank all of you for your consideration and welcome any questions.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
You know, one of the sentences on your questionnaire that jumped off the page to me is in response to number 5. I most enjoy taking a complicated issue, walking a client through a variety of options, and then making a recommendation for litigation strategy with a focus on the areas the client can actually control.
Yes.
You know, that is the humility of the street lawyer, basically. I mean, I tell people all the time, it's not my job to tell you what to do, it's to tell you what you can do, possible ramifications of doing that.
That's right.
I provide the fuel, you drive the ship, right? And that's basically what that sentence, you know, so I very much appreciated that. And that sort of like gets me into who you are.
Thank you.
As an individual. No, thank you. There was one other thing on page 7. Oh, the other humility. Once again, you know, it's rare that we get somebody that comes before us and admits that, you know, sometimes we lose. You know, granted, the client might have told the client that they're gonna lose, you know, and sometimes they don't follow your advice. They want you to do it and you lose anyway. But you admitted to us in the Galinsky case that you were not successful.
That's true.
And you explained the severity of the injuries to the plaintiff as well as his age made it a difficult case to work through. And that's, you know, I'm hoping, and I think I see through your questionnaire, that you will bring that adversity at times to the bench and just be understanding. And I think your questionnaire does show that. So I want to shift to Attorney Representative O'Day's questions, even though he is in the room. I'm going to do it anyway. How can we assume that, if so confirmed, that you will not be afflicted by robitis?
So I think I'd echo the comments of many of my colleagues here. My parents raised me from the time I was young, much like community service work. So it's in my DNA. You treat everyone the same, whether they were the CEO of a company or an entry-level position. People deserve to be treated with respect. Addressing Chair Winfield's concerns, I can give a 2-part answer. One, I take great pride, whether it's in my personal or professional life, surrounding myself with people that are hard workers, that are empathetic, and frankly are honest. So I would expect my colleagues, and often have colleagues, friends, family members, to call me out. In a much more simpler way, in my home, and my wife's probably watching this saying, why are you talking about our home? But when in our mudroom, we have a quote that's framed that you see as you walk out the door every single day. And it says, work hard and be nice to people. And so that's kind of an approach I take. I like to say it more as work hard and be good to people. I think you can be really good at your job and work really hard and you can still be a decent person and treat people with respect. And so, I mean, that's something I look at multiple times a day when I'm in my home.
And then just so the Representative O'Day knows, while he was out of the room, the grand jury determined that his other question is a improper question. And therefore we will state it in the proper way. If confirmed, are you willing to serve anywhere in the state?
Yes.
And if confirmed, are you willing to work 9 to 5 at least?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Representative O'Day for a compound question.
So I stand corrected. It was a compound because I was trying to speed up, but yes, all right, I understand. No, I just wanted to say congratulations. We had practiced together, full disclosure, at Halloran and Sage, sometimes referred to as Holler and Rage. Just kidding, just kidding. Wigs and Digs is also, I saw somebody here from Wigan and Dana. So in any event, congratulations. Good to see you up there, and I wish you nothing but the best.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to say, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. And it is a pleasure to see a fellow New York Law School alum. There aren't many of us here north of Fairfield.
Judge Judy as well. So that
You know,
should be.
you have to bring that up, really. But, you know, if anybody wants to know how you will not become afflicted with rhinitis, all they have to know is that, you know, you went to the best law school on Worth Street.
That's right.
And I know that to get to where you are, you have worked very hard. And just that path alone contains a great deal of humility. I have a question that's completely unrelated. Well, not totally unrelated to you, but somewhat. First of all, when did you go through judicial selection?
I believe my interview was in November of 2021.
Okay. And you had young children, they're now 13 and 11, so they're even younger at the time.
But didn't send in a letter of recommendation for me like my colleague's 13-year-old did. So
Okay. So what I have, my question is about judicial selection itself, as we're trying to tease out that process here. Were you, as a man with young children at the time, asked any questions about whether you could meet your obligations as a judge because of childcare duties?
I don't specifically recall, but I would say that was something that was top of mind at the time. My wife's a teacher, so she leaves the house at 6:30 a.m. So that was something that we thought about. And I definitely talked about my kids during that process.
But you were not actually asked by judicial selection if, you know, what would you do if your kids needed you? That wasn't a question you got, right?
Not that I recall, but it's possible that it did happen.
All right. Thank you very much. No further questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And congratulations.
Thank
and I
you.
look forward to
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you and welcome. One of these two could have asked my questions. We can move things along, but since they didn't, and to your point, I'd like to assure everybody the same. Can you assure this committee that you will not allow any outside influence to affect your ability to stick to the rule of law as a judge?
Absolutely.
And thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Matt, again, congratulations. I practiced against Matt for a number of years. He is a fair opponent, knows what he's doing, does his job, treats everyone as he would like to be treated himself. And, you know, workers' compensation's loss will be the Superior Court's gain. And I wish you all the best in the next stages.
Thank you, Representative.
Further questions or comments? If not, Matt, sounds like you probably don't need a whole lot more friends on this committee than you already have, but Representative Curry wanted me to pass along his best wishes as well. I know he's listening in and sends his regards, and obviously you and I have had a relationship for probably 17 years, dating back to when we were both fresh out of law school. So I know you make a great judge, and congratulations on the nomination.
Thank you.
Next up will be Susan Nugent. You could stay standing for me and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm as the information you'll provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Have a seat. Whenever you're ready, we'll take your opening statement.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, could you just pull that microphone a little closer to you? There you go.
Is that better?
Yep.
Okay, good afternoon, Co-Chair Staffstrom and ranking members Kissel and Fishbein and other esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Susan Nugent. It's an honor for me to appear before you today. I'm grateful to Governor Lamont for his nomination of me as a judge of the Superior Court. My late parents, James and Linda Nugent, as well as my 5 siblings, shaped the person I am today. My father was a lawyer for 50 years in the state of Connecticut, and my mother was a homemaker and completely devoted to our family. Our parents taught us to have the courage to be ourselves, to value others, and to be open to the views and opinions of others. They showed us by example to treat everyone with respect and compassion. My siblings, my first and favorite peer group, are my biggest cheerleaders. I cherish our sibling bond more than words can express. My life was changed for the better when I met my wife, Jen, 25 years ago. Jen and our 2 children, Aiden and Casey, are here with me today. I thank them for their support of me throughout my career, especially when I could not be available to them many nights and many weekends because of my work. My children are my greatest accomplishment, and I am incredibly proud of them. I've been in private practice for over 33 years. I began my career in a general practice firm with my father, my brother, attorney Jim Nugent, and other lawyers. Over time, I gravitated towards family law. I was fortunate to meet Helen Murphy and Maureen Murphy, who generously mentored me. We formed a firm and practiced primarily family law together for many years. Maureen, now fully retired, is here with me today, and I am honored that she's here with me today. Her advice and insights have been instrumental in my personal and career growth. She has been a guiding light to me, a loyal friend, and I will always be grateful to her for her support and encouragement. Family law is not an easy area of practice, but it's extremely rewarding. Every day I strive to help my clients find a way to overcome loss and change. I have learned something on every case that I've handled. My family cases have brought me into the family court on a very regular basis, and I've been surprised that I've been to many other courts from issues that have come out of my family cases, including the GA, bankruptcy court, housing court, probate court, the Connecticut Appellate Court, the Federal District Court, as well as the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. Family court is where people are likely to have their first encounter with our judicial system. It sometimes is their only encounter with our judicial system. The experience shapes their opinion of our system and their ability to accept outcomes. If confirmed, I would seek to emulate those judges who treat litigants equally and fairly and with dignity, respect, and patience. Thank you for your consideration of me, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. He's now calling on me before I raise my hand. And I appreciate that. I mean, you and I have known each other for many, many years. And I think, is that Jim back there? Hi, Jim. And Maureen, you were hiding behind Steve. Perfect place to hide. I mean, I have no questions other, and I'll take it if he wants it. But you know, I just congratulations, and once again, it'll be a good day when I'm going down the hallway and I see that you're sitting on the bench and I'm walking in the courtroom. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Repo Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
We both picked the right law school to go to, along with your brother,
Yes.
who I also know and see back there. He's taken quite a bit of money from me in the past on some cases. No, I will ask to be consistent. I think I know the answer, but how can you assure the other members of the committee that you will not suffer from the affliction of robitis once elevated?
Well, I think I have a lot of self-awareness, and I have a lot of awareness about other people. You know, I think it's important to know your own value, but also to value the importance of other people. And yeah, I can't imagine losing that awareness. it's not my personality. It's not in my nature. I have been before judges that maybe are having a bad day, but it's certainly not anything that, that I would want to look like, if I am allowed to serve.
And are you willing to serve anywhere in the state at least 9 to 5?
Yes.
So, compound question, but it would speed things up. And then finally, the rule of law, obviously, question has come up from my colleague to the left. And obviously, as a trial lawyer, you understand when we tell jurors, we ask jurors in jury selection, are you able to follow the rule of law, even if the law is the judge, you will tell them, even if you disagree with it. And the question I'm going to pose to you is, the rule of law obviously is important. We make the laws, even sometimes we get it wrong. Will you be able to follow the law even if you disagree with it?
Yes, I will. Absolutely.
All right. And that's all I have, except congratulations to you and your family.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Further questions or comments? If not, congratulations on your nomination. Thanks for
Thank
being
you.
with us. John Regan. Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the information provided this committee to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury? Great. Have a seat whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Judiciary Chair Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is John Regan, and it is an honor to appear before you today to be considered for appointment as a judge. Thank you to Governor Lamont and his team for this nomination, in particular to the Governor's Counsel, Natalie Braswell, and her executive aide, Janice Denal. I'm a Bronx native and was raised in Yonkers, New York, in a family of 9 kids. My father was a firefighter with the FDNY and was in the Navy Reserve. I grew up in a neighborhood of good, hardworking people who, like my parents, wanted better for their children and whose example I followed. I worked a lot of jobs and with loans put myself through college and law school. I understood the importance of hard work, respecting everyone around you, and gratitude. My first job in the law was as a temporary assistant clerk at GA1 in Stamford, handling the various criminal dockets and working mostly under Judge James Bingham. I learned the function of a courthouse and the vital importance of how it takes many different people to make the whole operation flow well. Each person involved in the operation was a valuable part of the team. There was no room for self-importance. I then went to work at a law firm for 2 years, where I was fortunate to learn litigation practice by being thrown into it and being taught by older, experienced lawyers. After that, I opened my own practice, which enabled me to start to do special public defender work, which I did for 15 years, both on contract and off. Starting then and up to now, I made a point to visit my incarcerated clients in prison to discuss their cases. It is a sign of respect to them and always improves communication. As I reviewed my performance after my first year on my own, my measure of success was not what did I make, but who did I help? It's always been the same every year since. It's a poor business model, but it's a lot of fun. I have commercial clients too, as I handle litigation in housing, civil, criminal, and juvenile courts in my practice. Each year, though, the pull has been stronger to do more pro bono, and I've had a growing number of veterans, special need families, and others that I've helped. What they all have in common is they often feel unimportant, not to me. The happiest people I've known have put others first, and it's a formula I try to follow. I think I've served others through my practice. If I had the honor of serving as a Superior Court judge, I hope to serve more people than I am now. Thank you for listening and considering my nomination. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Representative O'Day first.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. John, is fantastic to see you there. And I was proud to join the entire delegation of Stanford to write a letter in support of your nomination. known you for a number of years. To be consistent, I'm going to ask the question I know the answer to, because I don't think there's many people more, that will be more fair as a judge than yourself, knowing you the way I do. But how can you assure the rest of the members of this committee that you will not suffer from the affliction of rovitis?
Well, as I said in my opening statement, what I always try to do is to put others first. And also having worked as a clerk at GA1 in the Stanford Courthouse, I know that a court operation takes an entire team. I'm used to playing on teams and being a good teammate. I think that the staff of a courthouse is a team, and I wouldn't put myself above anybody else.
And the rule of law, as my colleague who has since stepped out likes to ask, obviously the legislature passes the laws and the judiciary has to follow them. Even if you disagree with them, would you be able to follow the law as the legislature passes it?
Absolutely, yes.
And then finally, are you willing to work anywhere in the state?
Yes.
And are you willing to work at least 9 to 5?
Absolutely, yes.
So no compound question there. Well, anyway, no, from the heart, it's great to see you there and wish you the best of luck. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Rep. Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I remember after my first trial, I came home to the office and I said to my father, I was telling him all about, you know, what happened and evidentiary rulings and all this stuff. My father stopped and he said, doesn't matter. Was the client happy? You know, that's one of the things they don't teach you in law school, right? Was the client happy? And that I got that from what you had to say to us today. And I think you had some difficulty with question 13. And I think I figured out why.
Okay.
You know, when we ask about significant cases, because I think you were thinking, you know, I've done so many, you know, significant, they just keep on coming in. So, I mean, is that, because I looked at every single case that you listed here, okay? And they're all like, okay, a commercial foreclosure or a residential foreclosure that did mediation and it resolved, right? So I'm sitting there looking at the thing and I'm like, you know, why is it? And then as I kept on going, it was like sort of the same stuff. So I'm like, this guy's got such volume that it's all significant to you.
Right.
But it's about the person, right?
Right. Well, I've always, I think of the physician's oath, do no harm. There are plenty of ways that I can do my job, and I always try to be collegial and to think of the parties as well. I always try to put myself in the shoes of the other party, the other attorney, and I think that may serve me well in this job. But yeah, I think that you can get the result that is often self-evident by the facts as they begin as an attorney by being collegial, by thinking of others.
Yeah, I think of everybody on the list, you know, I wrote down street lawyer. You're the guy, the boots on the ground, you know, the little office on the corner. You know, so I appreciate you being here and congratulations on your nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Further questions or comments? If not, wanted to pass along greetings and best wishes from both Senator Miller and from Representative Delaney, who have vouched very highly for you and congratulate you on your nomination.
Thank you very much.
Maria Rodriguez. Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or the firm, as the case may be, that the information provided to this committee will be the truth, so the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Whenever you're ready, have a seat and take your opening statement.
Good afternoon, Chairs Winfield, Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and honorable members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Maria Rodriguez, and it is an honor to appear before you today. Thank you to Governor Lamont for nominating me, and to General Counsel Braswell and Executive Aide Denal for their assistance and support during this process. I am humbled to be nominated to serve the people of Connecticut as a Connecticut Superior Court judge. I would like to thank my wife of 24 years, Deb, my children, Ben, Megan, and Michael, and my daughter-in-law, Rilla, for their support and their love and unwavering support. My parents are no longer with us,
but it is because of their guidance and love that I am before you today. My parents instilled in me a strong work ethic to help others, to be respectful, and to treat others with compassion and understanding. My parents moved to New York State from Puerto Rico before I was born. While my mother was raising 7 children, she got her GED, undergraduate degree, and master's in education. It was her belief in getting an education and helping others that led me to continue my education to become a lawyer. I was born in Buffalo, New York, and moved to Hartford when I came to high school. I graduated from Trinity College and received my law degree from Boston College. I have lived in West Hartford for the last 25 years. I started my legal career as an assistant attorney general for the state of Connecticut, where I have remained for the last 32 years. I am currently in the employment workers' compensation labor section. Most of my work involves defending state employees and agencies in discrimination cases, hostile work environment claims, and labor issues. I also collect unpaid wages for employees of our state on behalf of the Department of Labor. I practice in state court, federal court, administrative forums, appellate courts, and the Second Circuit. I have had amazing mentors and coworkers who have taught me how to work as a team, to work hard, to be prepared, and to ask for help when needed. As a lawyer, I appreciate judges who allow the parties to be heard and treat them with dignity and respect. And it is their example that I will emulate. I have dedicated my entire career to public service and would be humbled to continue my public service if my nomination is accepted. I am grateful for your consideration of my nomination and welcome any questions you may have.
Representative Fishman?
So I got to tell you, when I got the list, I got like halfway down and I saw your name and I was like, hell yeah. I mean, you and I, through the pandemic, how many cases we have against each other? And I got to tell you, every time we got off the phone, I was like, she's a good egg. I mean, we negotiated some very complex issues during the pandemic. And, you know, co-counsel would say, you know, Craig, go call Maria because you've got a good relationship. You know, we had so many discussions. So I got to ask you, when you answered question 13, are the cases in order of preference, or did you know I was going to be sitting here? Because
I think they're in order of how the significance to me personally.
okay, yeah, because the first one is the Oracle Holmes case, which I wish Doug was here. You know, it was a significant case, you know, representing landlords and you representing the governor and the process. So I'm so happy.
Thank you.
Representative O'Day, well, he's getting settled in. Let me ask for him. How can you assure us you won't be afflicted by rhinitis?
I would say, first of all, it's not who I am. It's not how I was raised. I believe I'm no better than everybody else and I treat everyone equally. I also like the idea, like I do go to my co-counsel or colleagues and sometimes we'll say, hey, was that too harsh? Or how did that present well? So I have no doubt that I will continue to do that as a judge if I am so nominated.
And you're willing to work in any corner of the state?
Absolutely.
And at least 9 to 5?
Yes.
And you're not going to let your personal biases get in the way of applying the laws written?
Absolutely not.
All right. Thank you and congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
Adam Shibley. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, should help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Have a seat whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Judiciary Committee Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and other distinguished members of the committee. My name is Adam Shibley, and it is a deep honor to appear before you today. I'd like to start by thanking the governor for nominating me. I'm so incredibly deeply honored. I'd also like to thank his entire team for their guidance through this process. I grew up in a middle-class family in the woods of northern New Hampshire. I met my wife, Alyssa, while studying government and public policy at St. Anselm College, and we chose to put down roots in Connecticut so I could study law at QU and start a legal career here. We're proud to call Windsor our home, and we have 3 wonderful, loving young kids. My family is my rock, and I love them all so very much. After law school, I clerked on the Superior Court's complex litigation docket, and then for an absolutely phenomenal jurist, Barry Schaller, on the Connecticut Appellate Court. By the fall of 2012, I had begun working at our state Supreme Court as an attorney in the Office of the Reporter of Judicial Decisions, where I was responsible for editing over 200 opinions by Justice Eberly, Justice Mullins, and Chief Justice Robinson. In 2019, then Justice Maria Adewuju-Khan hired me as her permanent law clerk. With her direction and guidance, I produced initial draft decisions for the court's consideration in dozens of pending appeals. This work has required me to apply our state statutes, our rules of practice, and our code of evidence. Judge Khan was appointed to the Second Circuit in early 2023, and I was deeply honored when she chose me to be her very first federal law clerk. That experience required me to handle a large volume of cases in different areas of the law under frequently demanding deadlines. I found the work there to be truly meaningful and rewarding. In January, I returned to the Connecticut Supreme Court, where I am presently assigned to the chambers of Justice Danahy. My career in public service has afforded me the opportunity to assist resolving legal disputes from the perspective of a court. It has required me to apply the law to the facts impartially on a daily basis. My time clerking at each and every level of our state courts has given me a detailed understanding of the nuts and bolts of our state judicial system. I've seen the work of Superior Court judges firsthand, and I know how important their job is to achieving justice. I believe that I possess the temperament and judgment necessary to serve the public in that unique capacity. I thank you for your time, and of course, I look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, sir. When did you go through judicial selection?
Put in my papers about a year ago and came out of the selection commission last fall, I believe October.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you've never represented a client as a lawyer?
That is correct.
And you've never argued a case in state or federal court?
Although I've had the pleasure of assisting courts in resolving cases at every level of our state court system, that's absolutely correct. I have not argued on behalf of a client.
So, I mean, this is your opportunity to convince me why this would be a good thing. You know, please recognize that opportunity. Have you ever had an ethics situation as a licensed lawyer that you had to deal with?
Well, I'll start with the broader question. And thank you so much for it, and I truly appreciate the opportunity. I think if you look at the skills that you would expect and require from a law clerk, and a career law clerk at that, you'd see a lot of the very same things that you'd expect from a litigator. The ability to be able to draw out the legal standards from statutes and case law and apply them to claims raised in the process of litigation. The ability to be able to write clearly and concisely, and even the ability to be able to, think on your own feet and discuss through legal concepts, on the fly with a judge. They're all skills I know I have. And I think if you look at law clerks and what they do on a day-to-day basis, I think you'll see a lot of unique strengths there too. As a nominee, I bring some experience to the table already, looking at things like briefs and motions from a neutral, adjudicative point of view. And I've spent a lot of time learning from judges. I mean, a lot of really dedicated public servants, how to outline, draft, and revise judicial decisions. And I think those skills would be incredibly important to have. Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
I recognize too that I don't come to you with experience as an advocate, but I want to let you know that I'm not the type of person who's afraid to ask questions when I don't know the answers or to put in extra hard work.
okay, so my question though, as you presented that you're an analyst, has to do with whether or not you have had an ethical situation that has come to your attention as being a licensed lawyer.
So, you know, I'm a member of a community too. Um, and part of the responsibilities of being a law clerk and making sure that you can render advice to the court in a neutral way is to avoid conflicts of interest. I had the good pleasure of serving on the Windsor Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Commission for over a decade, in the latter years as the committee's vice chair. So, you know, in the course of my time, both in the reporter's office and then as a clerk, I had to avoid cases involving wetlands and watercourses. That was an ethical firewalling that I did.
Okay, so I guess I don't want to, I'm trying to give you the opportunity to address the areas of inquiry that I'm attempting to get into. I guess the answer to the question is no. You've not had an ethical situation as a licensed lawyer that you've had to deal with since you've been licensed to practice.
No, I haven't addressed any ethical issues.
Okay. And your sole stepping foot into a superior court was the complex litigation docket. And where was that?
Yeah, so jumped out of law school and went right into chapter 10 of the practice book, motions to strike, motions to dismiss. I was put in the New Britain Judicial District for a period of time where I assisted judges with civil short calendar for a time, and then they shipped me back to New Haven and bounced me around the state to places like Waterbury and Middletown.
Okay, so none of that stuff is on, I don't think it's on your questionnaire, and I don't recall there ever being a complex lit docket in New Britain.
Yeah, no, that time there was the first couple of months where I was assigned to the general civil docket.
Okay, so the question once again was, where were you a clerk in complex lit?
So the Department of Legal Research's main office is centered right on the Green in New Haven, and that was the building that I worked into and out of. I worked for Judge Dubé and a couple of people and flipped out cases out of Waterbury, but they kind of shipped me around a bit. Department of Legal Research has one large pool of clerks, so we were shipped where we were needed.
Okay, I'm just trying to follow along on this because, okay, so 2010 to 2011, you were a law clerk for the Department of Legal Research, complex lit, the Connecticut Superior Court. So, and I'm not minimizing what you did.
Okay.
I mean, I've been doing this a very long time, but research clerks, they sit in on oral argument, that kind of stuff, confer with the judge, collaborate. This is where I think I'm going, and work together with the judge to issue a memorandum of decision on whatever motions before the court. Correct?
That's one of the several things, but yes.
Sure, but not like marking exhibits, working with litigants, nothing like that.
I have experience interacting with people in other capacities, but not as a clerk. No, I'm a chambers clerk, not a court clerk.
Yeah, okay. So, so how do we get, well, let me continue on with where I was. Have you ever had an incident, and I take it the answer is no, based upon what I've heard, where you had to be involved in controlling a courtroom?
So I have some experience controlling proceedings, but no, not courtrooms. in my service on the Windsor Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Commission, I often had, frequently had in the latter portion of my service, chair over the meetings. Those were frequently non-adversarial in nature, homeowner applications, basic developers, wetlands permits. Sometimes they were adversarial when town staff would pull a homeowner in on a notice to show cause. And those were proceedings that I presided over. But no, they were not courts.
Okay, so why do you, I mean, you're relatively young, well, you're relatively young. Convince me. I mean, why do, since you have no courtroom experience, you've never represented a client. I mean, we get people who don't have courtroom experience, but they've been, in the trenches working with clients, to some sort of result. Why should I be in favor of you going on the bench?
Well, I can tell you that I came out of law school and I had several internships that lined up in public service, and I got into the Connecticut Superior Court, and then especially with my time with Justice Schaller, and quite honestly, I found a home there. I found meaningful work among very good people. The ability to be able to distill law and look at a set of briefs and fully and fairly go through a set of claims on appeal was work that I found incredibly meaningful. And the court asked me to keep serving in that capacity, and I thought it was a good public calling.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative O'Day. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and congratulations on your nomination. Attorney Shibley, I will tell you, just following up with my colleague, when I was on, and I don't mean to be a broken record, but when I was on judicial selection, we probably would have told you to try and get some trial experience. As I've said previously to some candidates, we only had less than 1/3 of the people got through judicial selection, and it was based on experience, temperament, or intellect. Clearly, your intellect isn't an issue, and your temperament seems to be appropriate, which is the hardest thing to determine. But experience, as you heard from my colleague, my ranking member, is a big concern, and it's nothing against you. At age 38, I probably had 15 verdicts, but I didn't have probably the right experience insofar as, or maturity almost. And I'm not saying you. I think you appear much more mature than I was at 38. I guess to follow up on that question, could you have, if judicial selection had told you, hey, why don't you go volunteer in federal court, do a case pro bono, could you do that as a clerk, or are you precluded from doing that? Do you know?
So generally speaking, the rule is a flat rule that no clerks are prohibited from engaging in the practice of law, and not just to avoid the appearance of, impropriety in state court, but also because the types of questions and procedural questions that that law clerks have to address, which often involve questions of hearsay, evidence, procedure, or the practice book an awful lot. Those types of issues can come up in different contexts, in different procedures. So it's incredibly hard to jump into the practice of law in a busy GA and take a case that won't result in any conflicts up front, just because we run the gamut.
Yeah. Okay. No, and looking at it, when I was on judicial selection, we never had a clerk come up to be a judge. So we never suggested, I don't recall ever suggesting to a clerk to try and do a pro bono case. Look, as a practitioner representing clients, I'm always concerned about judges who never practice in private practice, because, you never had, being a clerk, you never had the experience where you had to be in two places at once. You had to move for continuance. Your client was out of state and you needed continuance for one reason or another. And so while I don't think you may be inflicted with robitis, the concern would be because you don't have the experiences, you may not give due thought to a conflict that somebody might have because you've never had to practice before. So I guess my long-winded question to you is, how can you assure us that even though you don't have the trial experience or the practical experience as an attorney representing clients, that you're fully capable to be a fair jurist even without that practical experience?
Yeah, so I think I would answer that in a couple of different ways. The first is that my experience in my career with the Connecticut Judicial Branch for well over a decade has given me a really solid nuts and bolts type of approach to our system. I've wrestled with a lot of provisions of the practice book and our rules of evidence, and that provides me a strong foundation on which to start. But you're right, it's going to be a beginning, not an end. I'm going to have to ask a lot of questions. I'm going to have to work hard, and I've got no problem doing just that.
I actually now forgetting if anybody else is, are you willing to work anywhere in the state of Connecticut?
Absolutely.
At least 9 to 5?
Not a problem at all.
And then the final question, the rule of law, as a clerk, and I will say, I think I said this to one of the other candidates, when I was on the hiring committee at my old firm, I looked for clerks because they saw what was good and what was bad by what lawyers did. And they know the practice book inside and out. Clearly, you know the practice book inside and out, which is important. I guess, but you understand, and I'm sure you do, it's almost rhetorical, but we draft the laws. You have to go by the law. And even if you disagree with it, you'll be able to follow the rule of law without letting your conflict and internal disagreement with it weigh in. Is that fair to say?
You can see on the backup that I provided a couple of cases involving statutory interpretation. Clerks spend a lot of time looking very carefully at those blue books, and I'm absolutely aware of the fact that a judge's job is to apply the law to the facts as the legislature commands and do our level best to do so fairly and impartially and regardless of circumstances.
Well, look, congratulations to you and your family, your children, 9, 8, and 5. That's nirvana, as I said. I'd trade places with a heartbeat if I could, but I can't. But thank you for your responses, and good luck to you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? If not, let me just ask. I think the question that has sort of been asked a couple times, but let me just ask it a slightly different way of you and kind of give you a more open opportunity to answer it, which is I think the concern you're hearing, I think, from some of my colleagues is there's a part of being a judge that requires you to recognize the, I guess, economics of private practice of law. That there are folks who have to be in multiple places at once, or they're trying to help a client and they, need a little extra time in order to get a brief in because they got another case they're working on, or maybe the client was slow getting back to them because of some other situation going on with the client and they couldn't authorize the brief before they filed it. And so somebody who hasn't had to work a docket or work a caseload per se, there's got to be something in your background, some assurance you can give us that you understand sort of what that takes and bring that experience to the Superior Court bench with you. Because obviously there's a difference between the appellate and the Supreme Court and GA2 in Bridgeport, right? And your first assignment likely is not going to be the complex lit docket in Hartford or Stanford. It's more likely to be the GA in Bridgeport, right? So how can you give us sort of that assurance of you're going to understand sort of the guy who's got 16 files before the GA on a Tuesday morning?
Well, I can tell you that it was, as a law clerk, I've had a lot of opportunities over the years. And one of the better ones that I've had recently was to follow Judge Kahn to the Second Circuit. And one of the things that I ran into very quickly was the amount of work that I was required there. Circuit judges are very busy. They hear a very full docket, and their clerks are moving at the speed of light. I've had deadlines. I've had things that I need to come up with questions for oral argument to prep the judge with, heavy dockets and time loads. I assure you that even though a lot of the work that clerks do is behind the scenes in a meaningful way, we run into some of the very same things that practitioners and litigators do in terms of deadlines and expectations and things to do to make sure that the docket moves along. Those are things I understand very deeply and would, of course, be conscious of if I was lucky enough to be confirmed.
All right. Congratulations on your nomination. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
Pedro Segarra.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. If you could stand, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God or under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Great. Have a seat whenever you're ready.
Judiciary Committee Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbane, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Pedro Segarra. I want to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me to be a judge of the Superior Court. It is indeed an honor to be nominated, and it is a privilege to appear before you today. I also want to thank my mother, Victoria Romero, and my husband, Charlie Ortiz, whose support and encouragement has made this day possible. I was born in the small town of Maricao, Puerto Rico, and moved to the South Bronx, New York City when I was 8 years old. My mother raised her 6 children in one of the most challenging neighborhoods in the United States, yet managed to ensure that each one of us graduated from high school and go on to college. At the same time, she navigated an extremely difficult relationship with my stepfather, a Korean War veteran who suffered from severe PTSD. I arrived in Hartford at age 15, alone, in an attempt to escape the extreme gang violence of the South Bronx. Less than a year after my arrival to Hartford, I made bi-weekly trips back and forth to New York City to finish high school diploma, while taking a 4-course load at Capital Community College as a non-matriculated student, and also worked a 48-hour weekend shift as an EMT in order to support myself. I obtained a full scholarship to the University of Hartford, where I received a degree in political science and public administration, and immediately upon graduation was privileged to be accepted to the University of Connecticut Graduate School of Social Work, where I completed a master's degree in social work. Upon graduation, I began a full-time psychiatric social worker position at Hartford Hospital while completing law studies at the University of Connecticut in the evening-night division program. Upon being a member of the Connecticut Bar, I owned and operated a small community law practice focusing on criminal, civil, real estate, and the general practice of law. I later served as an assistant deputy state's attorney and later served 3 terms as the corporation for the city of Hartford. During the years I was in private practice, I was also a member of the Hartford City Council and presided over council for several years. I became the mayor of Hartford in 2010 and served as mayor for 6 years. While mayor, I served as a trustee of the United States Conference of Mayors. I was appointed by Governor Lamont in 2019 for a 5-year term as an administrative law judge with the Workers' Compensation Commission and was recently recommended for reappointment by the advisory committee. Serving as an administrative law judge has given me the opportunity to handle thousands of hearings and just under 100 trials, which have helped me to prepare for a position as a Superior Court judge. I believe that my life, personal, and close to 40 years of professional and legal experience, as well as my extensive community service, have afforded me the opportunity to perform the duties of a Superior Court judge and continue to serve the people of the state of Connecticut, serving all with competency, humility, dignity, and respect. Thank you, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Questions from the committee. Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
In looking at your questionnaire, particularly number 16, you have a question? Because I knew you were an ALJ, but Is there a reason why you didn't list that there? Please list all public offices or positions you have held in local, state, or federal government, if any, during the last 10 years, right? And you listed Hartford Council President, Hartford City Mayor, and Hartford Corporation Council. Is there a reason why?
No particular reason.
Okay, you would agree with me that should have.
That should have appeared, yes, sir.
Yeah, because I sort of got
Yes, sir.
thrown off there.
Yes.
Under number 23, you brought to our attention a case, so the question is, have you ever been reprimanded, so on and so forth? Your answer was no reprimands, one matter in which conditions applied, Martinez versus Segarra, failure to file timely notice. When was that?
That case is a case that I undertook that representation in 2007, I believe. The grievance itself, I believe, was filed in 2010 or 11, and it was resolved in 2011. And just to provide you with additional information, that was a case in which it was a public fall on a sidewalk. I had erroneously construed the interpretation of that statute, leading me to file a claim against the abutting commercial establishment, Wendy's, and did not file the statutory notice. When I met with my lawyer to go over the complaint and the basis behind the complaint, we both concluded that, yes, in fact, I had misconstrued it and that I should have filed a notice. I immediately accept the responsibility for that. It was a learning experience for me. It taught me, even though the claim itself was very limited, taught me a lot about being careful about the amount of work that I undertook in a community practice in which I handle hundreds and hundreds of cases in order. I was very eager to try to assist everyone. It taught me about just being very careful about not putting myself in a situation like that again. In fact, the course that I was required to take for 3 hours was a course on avoiding being grieved by claimants.
Well, based upon your answer, I'm not as concerned because you didn't give us a date, right?
Right.
So when I read, because understanding that you're an ALJ, administrative law judge presently, when you put down a failure to file timely notice, I sort of took it that was in the context of you being an ALJ because there was no date, but I'm hearing what you're saying. That was quite a long time ago. With regard to question number 13, though, and I think we've gone over this with other individuals here today, it asks to please list the 10 most significant legal matters you have handled in the last 10 years and explain why they are significant. Now, you brought the entirety of that answer to the additional space page, right? Or am I missing something?
That is correct.
Okay. So the first thing is there's only 8. Is there a reason why there's only 8 as opposed to the 10 that we asked for?
I could have provided another 2 other, but they were starting to get very repetitive. So I just limited to 8. As you can see from the opinions that I issue, they're very similar in nature. Now, having said that, even though there's 8 for the last 10 years, I've issued over 50 decisions, and some have been appealed, but I've always been sustained. There was only 1 reprimand.
So I'm trying to figure
Not
out.
reprimand, I'm sorry, 1 remand.
So I'm just trying to figure out if we as a Judiciary Committee issue a questionnaire and we ask for 10, you just decided yourself to do only 8 because you thought they were repetitive?
Let me put it this way, I could have somewhat effortlessly added another 2.
Okay, and that's what I'm trying to get,
Yes,
that
yes.
disconnect, right?
Yes,
So, I don't know. So then also in question 13, we asked for you to tell us why those particular cases were significant. It expressly says, explain why they are significant. So can you just indicate with regard to your 8 that you selected to give us, where it says why they are significant.
Do you want me to go through the cases or?
Sure, well,
Sure,
the
okay.
matter of Joseph Piera versus
Yes.
Regional School District number 16. The only thing that's written there is palliative versus repetitive trauma.
Right.
Is it your representation to us that that is the reason why it was significant?
That is the area of focus. In many of our cases, we're called to make decisions as to whether treatment is repetitive or palliative.
Yeah,
And
so
this,
that's the norm,
right.
right? It's,
It-
it's a normal
right.
case. Was there
I-
something about that case that was significant?
I must admit, Representative Fishman, that in my 38 years of practice, there have been many significant cases. While at the same time admitting that the cases that I've decided during the last 5.5 years are not stellar cases as compared to many of the other cases that I've had previously, some of which have gone to the Supreme Court of Connecticut and Federal District Court. But those happened prior to the last 10 years, because prior to the 5 years that I've been an administrative law judge, I was serving as the mayor of Hartford. So I wasn't practicing during that time.
Understood. The writing samples that you gave us, those are decisions that you have issued as an administrative law judge. Are those documents that you create or that are created for you?
When we sit as a judge in these administrative proceedings, we basically listen to all the evidence related to the case. Transcripts are generated of the proceedings. Each of the parties is given a 30-day period from the time the pleadings are closed to submit proposed findings and dismissals. They, in turn, supply us with the information as to why they think they should prevail in the case. We have to go through the process of comparing their submissions as against the record, just to make sure that they're proposing findings of fact that actually did come in, compare that to the medical reports, any other professional medical reports, and then draft our own decision, which has a lot of input from the different proposed findings of facts and memorandums of law that are submitted by the respective parties. So they're very, if you look over our opinions, they're very duplicative, repetitive sorts. So, but they do form the basis for being in a trial situation where you do have to analyze evidence and submit and write an opinion.
Sure. So litigants on both sides present to you proposed findings of fact. You, I would think there's not a lot of, until you get to the bottom, really, where the person worked, how long they've worked there, that kind of stuff, perhaps what the injury was, perhaps how they got the injury, that's pretty much going to be agreed upon. You're pulling that over into a decision. It's basically a cut and paste situation.
That is correct. There is analysis and judgment implications in it, but that's for the most part true, yes.
Yeah. So, part of what I'm looking at here is, I went through the questionnaire and we have the issue with, we asked for 8, you chose only to give us 10. And then, yeah, vice versa. We asked for 10, you gave us 8. And then there's no attempt at a descriptive. How do I know, what can I look at that you can assure me that you can put together a memorandum of law as Superior Court judges do, and that it's discernible?
As I've indicated, it's more than the last 5-10 years. There's a record of 38 years. And during that time, for example, to the Judicial Review Council, which was my application for the judicial review was back in 2016. And for those submissions, it was different cases and more significant memorandums of law that I had written for that process in order to be selected. And also there's like, as I've indicated, 38 years of legal practice in which I've had numerous positions in which I've been required to analyze and put forth arguments and writings having to do with often complicated issues regarding whether it was Corporation Counsel for the City of Hartford, in matters such as Chef versus O'Neill, and other similar cases that are a little bit more complex.
So what was your involvement in Chef versus O'Neill?
For a long time, the city was not an intervening party in that, and it was left between the plaintiffs and the state. Towards the end, trying to get the matter into some conclusion, and given the efforts to have charter schools and different options that were available, we intervened so as to expedite a conclusion of the matter, which had been pending for a long time, and I believe those efforts were before the magistrate in Federal District Court in Bridgeport, U.S. judge, who helped package and advance it to, I believe, some conclusion.
So you were Hartford Corporation Counsel at that point?
Yes, I was, sir.
Okay. And then it's coming back to the you just told us that as part of the judicial review that you just judicial selection you went through in 2016, right? I'm unaware that in 2016 judicial selection asked for writing samples. Are you telling me they asked you for writing samples?
I believe they asked for significant matters, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think they did.
They did ask about significant matters and why they were significant, but I am unaware that they asked for actual writing samples. They asked for squibs in 2016. But anyway, that's all I have. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Howard.
Thank you. Sir, how are you? I'm over here.
Pretty good, sir.
Probably get tired looking over this way anyways. I just wanted to, first of all, commend you on your story. I was fully involved in what you said. You came here by yourself at 15 and rose to be here today is truly impressive and a great representation of what America has to offer everybody. And I thank you so much for what you've done and accomplished in your life, and congratulations. The one question I have is the same one I've had for everybody. I have a growing concern that our judicial system and our judicial branch is being infiltrated by outside concerns. And I just want to make sure that when you're on the bench in a superior court, that you will stick strictly to the rule of law, be it statutory law or case law, as a case may be, without any undue influence.
I think I can, because I have had the privilege of being an executive as a mayor, being in a legislative body as a member and president of the Hartford City Council, as well as having been in the judiciary. And I think that I can distinguish the different roles to understand what is within your purview, what is within the executive, and what is a proper judicial matter and how it must be dealt with.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Rep. O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick, you heard my questioning. I never have appeared before you. I know we interacted when you were mayor. I was a younger representative, and I used to live in Hartford, actually, right not far, right across the park here. Having not appeared before you as an administrative law judge, not knowing, well, I should say it. I think I know the answer to this, but how would you assure the committee members that you would not suffer from robitis should you become a superior court judge?
Yeah, I have a high degree of respect for our courts as an important branch of keeping our government and democracy together. So I think that I understand that role. I've had some exposure to judges that didn't quite meet that expectation, but you also learn from them as well. And I think I know myself as a social worker, as a person who did psychotherapy, to always do the self-analysis. It's not the type of person that I am. I think, not to toot my horn, but I think that a common theme among people who have seen me over the years is that they think that I'm a humble person and that I'm a very respectful person. And I think that those are key elements not to get contagion, get that virus.
Thank you for that response. And yeah, my wife was a psychiatric social worker as well. Now she just treats me, but are you willing to work at least 9 to 5?
Yes, sir.
And are you willing to work anywhere in the state of Connecticut?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How are you?
How are you, my colleague?
Just full disclosure, we both graduated from the University of Connecticut School of Law in 1985. I've known Commissioner Segarra for like 40 years. And how we got this old is another story we can have a discussion over. But it's just more common. I really don't have any questions. Just I have known him for that length of time. Even back in law school, he was an activist. He was very much civically involved. I am not surprised at the career path you've taken because of your commitment to civics and to the people of the state of Connecticut. Certainly as a commissioner, I remember when you were before us, and I was questioning you on becoming a workers' comp commissioner. And your character is such that you're a great fit for the bench. You're fair, you're intelligent, you know how to ask the right questions. I can just, I suspect it's interesting how you handle opposing counsel, who's of course doing their job representing their clients, and you have to do the balancing act and making sure the law, the statutes apply. And I just want to be one of the men to congratulate you on your nomination. I could probably say it's about time, but I won't. And I wish you all the best in this new facet to your career. Thanks. Good to see you.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Are there other questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner, it's great to see you. And I can assure the committee, having appeared before him numerous times since he's been on the Workers' Compensation Commission, that he does not suffer from robitis and treats all parties with dignity and respect. And just wanted to say that, and again, congratulate you on your nomination.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Are there other questions or comments? Representative Conley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll echo the comments of Representative Quinn, also appearing before you, Your Honor, over the last few years, many times. Judge Segarra has been fair in workers' comp, has been prepared and ready to go every day, all day, when he's been most recently sitting in Norwich. So I would recommend him to my fellow committee members.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions, Your Honor, I do have one question for you. I do see one thing on your resume that I think makes you a little unique, that you are also a social worker. And so I wonder if you could speak to how that training has informed your work and how it will inform your work moving forward.
I'm trying to think back my social work days. I think when I was like 7 years old, I arrived to New York City, 8 years old, arrived to New York City, and my stepfather, who I spoke about, who my own father was killed when he was 19, gun violence. He was mistaken for his brother. And my mother later remarried this gentleman who was a very highly educated college professor, actually in Puerto Rico, but had a lot of issues because of the Korean War days. When we arrived to New York, because of our circumstances, we had to get on welfare. And my mom would take me as the interpreter to the welfare office and to the different agencies to sort of advocate for people and translate. So from an early age, I really had a liking for that profession. And eventually I said, that's the way to go. I want to be a social worker. And it really has complemented and helped me in my career as an attorney, because I always found myself having like a dual practice. I would have people that would come in for a divorce only to make them realize that what they needed was a bankruptcy because they loved each other and they were just going through some economic problems. I had parents who came in with their teenage children who had gotten into trouble, and it was a good way to do intervention. So I think it really complements, and I think it will carry on and complement judicial careers as well.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much for that response, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and congratulations. Next will be Eric Smith. You might raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Have a seat. Whenever you're ready, we'll take your opening statement.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judiciary Committee Chairs Winfield and Safstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Eric Smith, and I'm honored to be here with you today. I thank Governor Lamont for nominating me, and I thank you for inviting me here and considering my nomination. I also thank my parents, my wife, Nicole, who is here with me today, and my former spouse, Leah, as we continue to partner in partnership raising our three wonderful daughters, Zoe, Caitlin, and Cassidy, all of whom are in college presently in a way. By way of background, I was born in Virginia, where my father was stationed in the Army, and raised in Milford, Connecticut. For 3 of my 4 college years, I did what my parents had done years earlier, attend college at night and work full-time during the day. My job at that time was making wire rope slings and rigging for cranes. It was physical and challenging work, but I was grateful for the job, the ability to fund college with those paychecks, and the encouragement from my coworkers who somehow knew even then that law school would be a good fit for me. After graduation from Quinnipiac Law School in 1995, I joined the law firm of Lynch, Traub, Keefe, and Arante. I was extremely fortunate to be taught and mentored by the late Stephen Traub, a seasoned and accomplished trial lawyer who guided and watched over me and contributed to my personal and professional development in more ways than I could ever recite. I represented individuals, small and large businesses, and other entities as both plaintiffs or defendants in all kinds of litigation. I tried dozens of jury and non-jury cases in state and federal courts, briefed and argued several appeals in state and federal appellate courts, and was exposed to a wide variety of legal issues. In 2009, I joined Faxon Law Group, known then as Stratton Faxon, where I represent individuals who suffered catastrophic and often fatal injuries in tort-based litigation. My partners and I maintain our founding tradition of giving a portion of every fee earned to a charitable or community purpose with the goal of creating something positive and meaningful from the terrible tragedies our clients experienced. Throughout my legal career, I have volunteered primarily through Bar Association service activities, nonprofit board service, and pro bono representation. I serve as a director on the board of New Haven Legal Assistance Association presently. I enjoy the study of law, mastering new areas of law that are new to me, and learning new things. But more than that, I enjoy helping people navigate our legal system, resolve disputes, and solve problems. If confirmed, I will strive each day to serve the people of Connecticut in the same way that I have practiced law for the last 28 years, with humility, empathy, fairness, and integrity. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be considered for this position. Thank you again for your time and consideration, and I welcome any questions you may have of me.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your testimony here today, Attorney Smith, and I congratulate you. You know, Hugh Keefe is an amazing guy, and he was on judicial selection while I was there, and so I just learned a lot from him just being on judicial selection. So I can only imagine how much experience you got from him.
Learned a lot from him as well.
I reached out to Joel Faxon, but I couldn't get a hold of him, but I assume he's supportive of your nomination. So my standard question, knowing that you practiced with Hugh Keefe and Joel Faxon, I know the answer to this, but how can you assure the members of this committee that you will not suffer from robitis if you're elevated?
Like many of the folks who've testified before me today, I remember the days of going to court with 3 files in one hand and needing to be sometimes in 3 different courtrooms or sometimes in 3 different buildings on the same Monday morning, or needing a continuance when you're scheduling witnesses for a trial or otherwise. In inflated sense of self, which is what I think Robitis is talking about, is just not something that's part of my makeup. It's inconsistent with my view that the judiciary exists to serve the people of Connecticut and the litigants that come before it, not the other way around. And but I do respect Chair Winfield's concern that a system of accountability is always a good thing. So self-reflection is good, but checking in with others who you trust to give you an honest assessment of yourself is probably a better system of accountability. I plan to do that.
And I'm sure you've obviously picked a number of juries in your past as a trial counsel, and I see that. How many verdicts have you had in the last 10 years? Was it?
Well, the last 10 years, probably only 5 to verdict, in part because of the pandemic.
Yeah, but I see 25 case to verdict judgment.
That was probably just at Lynch Traub.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you willing to work anywhere the state so assigned?
Absolutely.
At least 9 to 5.
For sure.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good luck.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? If not, congratulations on your nomination. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Alana Stone. Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm as the case may be that the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Have a seat whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Judiciary Committee Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and other distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Elena Stone, and I am honored to appear before you. Thank you to Governor Lamont for nominating me to be a judge of the Superior Court. I am truly grateful to be here today. I would also like to thank my husband, Alva, my 2 children, my parents, and all of my family and friends for their support. To all of my role models, mentors, and colleagues who have so generously taken their time to teach and advise me throughout my career, thank you. I wouldn't be here without your guidance and assistance. I'm very fortunate that the people and experiences in my life have prepared me to serve as a Superior Court judge. My parents, who are attorneys, were my first role models for public service. They began their careers as prosecutors in New York City and eventually started their own law firm where they have been practicing primarily in criminal defense, family law, and civil rights law for over 30 years. In them, I see people who embody empathy and respect for people who need help. I started my own legal career as a law clerk at the Office of Legal Research, primarily in New Haven, and it was an amazing experience. In those 2 years, I learned many valuable lessons about what to do and what not to do from parties, judges, and attorneys. I saw how the law affects people in their everyday lives and what it means to give litigants a voice in the process. My time clerking at the appellate and Supreme Courts further confirmed that I wanted to be in Connecticut as a part of this legal community. After completing my clerking terms, I was hired as an Assistant Attorney General in the Special Litigation Section of the Office of the Attorney General. I defended constitutional, legislative, and judicial offices and officials in state and federal court. Now, as the Chief of the Division of Civil Litigation, I supervise the defensive litigation across 4 very busy sections: employment, workers' compensation and labor, health and education, general litigation, and public safety. While I have learned a lot about many areas of law, it is the model of public service at the Attorney General's office that has made the most lasting impression on me. For the past 10 years, I've been surrounded by smart, skilled, and hardworking colleagues who work with integrity, ethics, and compassion. Every day, they inspire me to treat everyone with respect, to listen for understanding, and to always seek to do justice. It has truly been a privilege to work here. I recognize the tremendous responsibility that being a Superior Court judge entails. If confirmed, I will use the knowledge and skills that I have obtained to serve the people of Connecticut with integrity, compassion, and in the pursuit of justice.
Thank you for taking the time to consider my nomination. I welcome any questions you may have for me.
Question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. And congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
And now it has, you list in your questionnaire, you haven't had any jury trials in the last 10 years. Have you picked any juries? When's the last time you picked a jury?
I have not, and not for lack of trying.
Okay.
I did have one case that was going to trial, but we ended up settling it at the settlement conference just before we picked a jury.
So I guess, you know, well, you've had a lot of non-jury cases, correct?
Yes, I actually, as part of my work in special litigation, I was sort of the expert on getting fraudulent UCC liens expunged from the state's attorney's office for state employees. And so a number of times I've actually represented both judges and other state employees in bringing litigation to remove those liens.
I mean, I can tell as just from your demeanor and your opening statement, I know the answer to this, but to be consistent, how can you assure us that robitis will not be an affliction you will be given or get once you're elevated?
Well, I will say that, you know, I have heard the question and I've been thinking about it. And, you know, for me, robitis doesn't serve anyone. It doesn't serve the parties. It doesn't serve the attorneys. And it doesn't give people faith in the system if they believe that the judge is only there for themselves. And I've experienced it and it's not pleasant. And so I don't want to be the person that does that to someone else. And also, I think part of what I have done in my career is that I'm always consistently seeking feedback. I want to make sure that the choices that I'm making, the decisions that I'm coming to, and the temperament that I'm bringing to the courtroom is appropriate. And I will continue to do that.
You've heard, I've given a couple of examples of robitis in consents that continuance that are consented to, and you've been working with the AG's office, so you haven't had the small firm kind of experience. But based on your answer, I assume it wouldn't be difficult for you to put yourself in the shoes of the litigants that are before you in evaluating continuance requests outside of the fact that, you know, the AG's office doesn't often need continuances for conflicts of scheduling, correct?
Oh, we do. In my own practice, I have had to seek motions for extension of time, for filing motions, for showing up for hearings. And I oversee sections where that absolutely is something that has to be done. And so I am very well aware of that need and what it looks like.
Excellent. All right. And are you willing to serve anywhere assigned in the
Yes.
state and work at least 9 to 5?
Absolutely.
Thank you very, my colleague also asked me to ask the question about the rule of law. Now, as you know, the legislature drafts and passes laws, and the judiciary is responsible to interpret the laws as we draft them. Would you be able to apply the law as we draft it, even if you disagree with it?
Yes, I can.
Thank you very much for your nomination. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations. And congratulations on your nomination, and thank you for being here today. You may have gathered from the questions I've asked other people, I'm a family law attorney. I practice every day in family court. And I was particularly interested in your answer to question number 6. And the question is, if appointed, what areas of law would you like to address as a judge? And you said, among other things, my career, I've not had any direct experience in criminal or family law. So at some point, I would like to have an opportunity to address those areas of law. So I'm wondering, because family law is kind of unique in the world of law, because in addition to when you're a judge, as I said, you're the finder of fact and law. but it's a very complex area. And if you're doing it well, you're Steve Dumbo and you know all of the law and you really hold everybody to a higher standard and you elevate people around you. But it is also it's a sense you develop after doing it for a long time, what's really going on in a case. And I'm wondering, what would you do to prepare yourself for the unique complexity of family court? It may be intellectually interesting, but it's very, very difficult to really understand what's going on in a case, not having practice in that area before. So, you would obviously have to do something to be able to understand the nuances. And sometimes it's a lot of social work that goes into all of that sort of stuff, those types of skills. So what would you do to prepare yourself to make sure that the litigants before you were getting the expertise that is desperately needed in these cases beyond it being intellectually fulfilling for you to expose yourself to a new area of law? What would you do to prepare yourself to be the judge that those litigants needed?
So I would certainly lean on my colleagues that have experience in family law, doing a lot of that work. I think one of the things that is one of my strong suits is that I'm not afraid to ask questions. I want to understand how things work because I want the right answer, and understanding that family court can be very challenging and that it can be very emotionally charged at times. I want to make sure that I am doing the right thing by people. And so certainly asking questions. I've had very small exposure to family law. I interned at the Juvenile Public Defender's Office when I was in law school, and there was some overlap on the family court docket with some of those cases. But I think, you can only learn so much by reading. Obviously, I'll read and make sure that I understand, but definitely making sure that I'm talking to the people that understand family law to make sure that I can make the right decision.
Well, I thank you for that answer. And I hope that if you do end up in family court, you will avail yourself not just of the judges around you who may have no experience in family law, but really to rely on the practitioners, to get to know the practitioners before you. They can be a great resource to you and educate you on what's really going on. And I thank you for being open to that. And I'm confident that if you should come before, or if you should have to sit on the family bench, that you would do the best you could to bring yourself up to speed. And that's absolutely what the residents of our state who were in the single most vulnerable moment of their lives deserve. And I appreciate you being here today. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Further questions or comments? If not, congratulations on your nomination. Thanks
Thank
for being
you.
with us. Melissa Strito. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information provided to this committee be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Have a seat whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Melissa Strito. I'm grateful and humbled by Governor Lamont's nomination to be a judge of the Superior Court, and I sincerely thank this committee for the privilege to appear before you today. I grew up in Branford, Connecticut, where my great-grandparents emigrated during World War I. My parents were both blue-collar workers with high school educations, but they realized the value of higher education and insisted that my siblings and I obtain college degrees so that we could have more opportunities and a better life than they did. Never did I envision then what my life would look like so many years later, thanks to the love, encouragement, and support of my family. Shortly after I graduated from law school, I was tremendously fortunate to obtain a coveted job as a prosecutor in the Connecticut Division of Criminal Justice's esteemed Appellate Bureau, where I've had the great privilege of working for the past 23 years. My brilliant colleagues in the Appellate Bureau have been a continual source of support, inspiration, guidance, and friendship. Their dedication to the law and pursuit of justice has molded me into the practitioner I am today. In my position as an appellate prosecutor, I've handled a wide range of criminal appeals from inception through final judgment in our state's appellate and Supreme Courts. Over the years, my assignments have involved oftentimes complex, emerging, and evolving areas of the law. My guiding principle with these has always been the ethical, fair, and equal application of the law to the particular and unique facts and circumstances of each case. My entire legal career has been spent in public service to the citizens of the great state of Connecticut. I believe that a career in public service is not merely a job, but a calling, and one that comes with great responsibility to the society that we serve. As a public interest attorney, I've developed a deep appreciation of how the law and our system of justice affects our citizens differently. If I am fortunate enough to be confirmed as a judge of the Superior Court, it would enable me to continue to serve the people of Connecticut in a different and more impactful manner by ensuring all individuals who appear in court are treated fairly and equally and are provided with the procedural justice they seek. I would be humbled and honored to serve the public in this esteemed role. Thank you for taking the time to consider my nomination, and I will defer to the committee for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions, Representative Fishbine?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you, sir.
So I'm trying, you've been in the appellate division for how long now?
23 years.
Okay. So, being in that division, you haven't been in court like offering evidence or anything like that. Is that fair to say?
I have done that as well, just not principally. When I've had the opportunity, I have gone and second chaired a few trials throughout the years. It's not the majority of my work by any stretch of the imagination, but I wanted to get that experience for myself.
Okay, so you second chaired, you haven't done it first chair ever, or?
No,
was
I
it
have
outside?
not.
Never,
No.
okay. And then looking at question, do you have your question here in front of you?
Yes, I do.
The question 11, in conjunction with D, I was trying to figure out the math. If in D, you reference 3 trials within the last 10 years, can you just explain why in C, the percentage is 1% jury and 99% non-jury? Because I mean, when I do the math, if we're dealing with 3 cases, it would be a 2/3, 1/3 thing, right?
I have, in the last 10 years, I have second chaired 2 jury trials to completion to verdict. And I second chaired a habeas trial, which to verdict before courts. And my appeals are non-jury. So it says what percentage of your court appearances. So non-jury for the most part.
Well, that's an appropriate answer. I mean, the majority of my cases are non-jury, but it really didn't call for a court, like it's not a trial, right?
It is not.
So that's how you got the 99. That's fine.
Right.
That's a good answer. In number 12, though, we ask about, it says, please provide the names of any firms, offices, part or full-time legal employment associated with since admission to the bar and the years of each association during the last 10 years. You put not applicable, well, you put NA, which is either not applicable or not available. But you have been employed during the last 10 years. Right?
Yes. I misread the question as being as holding office. And so I said that was not applicable since I don't hold any elected office. So I apologize for the misreading of the question.
Well, that's okay. I just, you know, it says, please provide the names of any firms, offices, part or full-time legal employment associated with since admission to the bar, so on and so forth. So, you know, as I pointed out a few times today, lawyers and judges, professional readers and writers of the English language. But I appreciate your answer. And the question 13, the significant cases. I did once again review all of your cases, but I was unable to glean why they were significant from what you, I mean, as you've heard today, you know, one of the nominees gave us 7 pages of significance. You basically gave us a paragraph, and I'm just trying to figure out, well, let's say with the State versus Hampton case, which is almost towards the end, you said first kidnapping appeal where court addressed whether the absence of a jury instruction pursuant to State v. Salomon was harmless error. You were trying, what was the significance? Was it your first case, or was it a case of first impression? I couldn't tell by what you wrote here. Why
Yes,
was it
that
significant?
that was a case of first impression regarding that issue, which had been percolating in our courts for some time, whether the application of jury instruction that the Supreme Court had mandated a few years earlier in State versus Salomon could be harmless error. And that was the first case that made it to the Supreme Court to squarely address that question.
In the AG's office, doing appeals, you work as a team, right?
Yes, I'm with the State's Attorney's Office, not the AG office.
State's Attorney's Office. You work as, because I looked at your writing samples and all of them are collectively written. Is it, you know, once again, English language, all that stuff. The stuff that you sent us, were you the primary drafter of those?
On all the legal samples I sent to you, I was the principal or lone drafter. In our office, in the appellate bureau of the State's Attorney's Office, each individual appellate prosecutor writes their own brief. We put the trial attorney and State's attorney's names on the brief as counsel of record, being the people who handled the case below at the trial level. They do not have any hand in writing or editing the brief for us.
Okay, that's helpful. So I just to clarify, the writing samples that you submitted to us were written or typed by you?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments, Representative O'Day?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your statements and being here today. So the Robitis question, I ask everybody, how can you assure this committee that you won't suffer from the affliction of Robitis if you were elevated?
The commitment to upholding the public trust as a jurist and to ensuring confidence in the integrity of the judiciary means a lot to me as a public servant right now. Additionally, in the office where I work currently, we do work as a team. Although we write our own briefs, we engage in vigorous peer review. And I have not ever submitted a brief to any courts without having it heavily edited and reviewed by at least 3 or 4 of my very esteemed colleagues. And so I am familiar with constructive criticism and things of that nature, and I welcome it.
Yeah, my good ranking member colleague is much more critical of writing and grammar than I am because he's better at it than I am, quite frankly. I'm more of a getting things done kind of guy, making sure it's filed on time, but thank goodness I'm not in your chair right now. Are you willing to work at least 9 to 5 every day?
Yes, I am, sir.
And willing to work anywhere in the state?
It would be my honor.
And I see that, and I'm sorry I missed your opening remarks. I had to run out and get a little caffeine. I understand, and I gathered from some of your comments to the ranking member about jury trials, only about 1%, a little less.
Yes.
Did I understand correctly your response that you volunteered to try and get some courtroom experience?
Yes, I did, yes.
Can you just elaborate a little more on that?
Sure. Although I practice in the appellate unit of the state's attorney's office, I am a prosecutor and I'm allowed to practice anywhere in the state. So in my spare time, and I use that in air quotes, I asked my supervisor if I could go try to get some trial experience, and that is what I did when I had time to do so.
And I appreciate that. That shows that you're trying to get that kind of experience. And I used to joke, there's a judge, John Farley, who was the head of our appellate program at Haller and Sage. And I used to joke that as a trial lawyer, I gave him all of his work. But I guess, changing your hats, I've asked this question previously, you're in the prosecutor's office, state's attorney's office. Are you confident you can leave aside that role as a prosecuting attorney and put on the robe, as you will, the hat of a judge, and do it fairly for everybody?
Yes, absolutely. I have relevant experience, although it was relatively brief, with the Statewide Grievance Committee, which is a quasi-judicial body where we sit in panels of 3 and hear arguments and take evidence and rule on objections and then render a decision. And I think that has prepared me well as just my time as being a prosecutor, where we are very committed to seeking justice and doing what's right. Everything is evidence-driven and not outcome-driven.
And I see that you're president of the collective bargaining organization for all prosecutors in Connecticut.
Yes, I am.
And how did you get that? You voted on, or?
Yes, I was unanimously voted by the executive board of the Connecticut Association of Prosecutors to be the president for the past 2 years.
That shows that you've got a lot of respect of your colleagues. So I thank you and
Thank you.
congratulations for your nomination.
I
Good luck.
appreciate it, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And could you just briefly tell me, because that number 12 was blank. I've heard you're in the appellate bureau of the state's attorney's office. What was your experience prior to that?
I was a temporary assistant clerk for about 1.5 years, and that's pretty much it.
How long ago was that?
Oh, gosh, right after I graduated law school, so 1999 or so.
1999, and then you went straight to the state's attorney's office, appellate bureau, and you've been there since?
Pretty much, yes.
Wow. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for the
Thank you.
clarification. Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you very much.
Chair.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? If not, Attorney Strudo, congratulations on your
Thank you.
nomination. Certainly, it's been a pleasure to work with you in your role as head of the Prosecutors Union. For those who don't know, you've been quite an asset and I would say an advocate for the prosecutors in meeting with the chairs and the ranking members of this committee, and we certainly appreciate all your professionalism and work with us over the last few years in that role. So
I appreciate the
you will
remark.
be missed
Thank
in
you.
your new role. So
Thank you.
next up will be Nicole Tong. You'd raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, the information provided this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Have a seat, and whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Judiciary Committee Chairs Winfield Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Nicole Tong. I would like to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me to be a judge of the Superior Court. I am truly overwhelmed with gratitude and I'm humbled to be nominated. It's a privilege to appear before you today. I would also like to thank my family and friends, my husband Brian and our daughter Jenna, for all their love, encouragement, and continuing support. By way of background, I was born in China and immigrated to the United States when I was 11 years old with my grandmother. My parents made the sacrifice to send me here with the hopes and dreams of a better future and opportunity for me, especially when I was an extra child in the country with a one-child per family policy. I was raised by my aunt, who was a single parent and attended public schools in Queens. After graduating from State University in New York at Stony Brook, my aunt encouraged and supported my decision to pursue a career in law by attending the University of Connecticut School of Law. She taught me the values of hard work, compassion, empathy, and to always treat everyone with respect and dignity. She was my biggest champion and believer in achieving my American dream. I began my legal career as temporary assistant clerk in the Milford Superior Court, where I had the opportunity to work in a courtroom as a clerk in civil, family, and criminal matters. I learned many valuable lessons from the court staff, judges, and attorneys. It was from there that I began my career as a trial attorney. After a decade as a staff counsel for insurance companies trying tons of cases, I joined that private practice in 2004 with a small New Haven firm, and in 2014 with Howell & Sage, while incurring M as a partner. My practice is in the area of civil litigation with a concentration in defense of general liability matters. Over the past 30 years, I have the opportunity to represent a wide variety of matters and appear regularly throughout the state courts. I have tried numerous jury trials, served as court-appointed arbitrators, and conducted private mediations and arbitrations. As an active member of the New Haven County Bar Association, I have tried to pay our legal community forward through mentorship and support for the next generation of lawyers, especially minority and female lawyers. This is a personal duty I have to give back, honor those who provide me with advice and guidance through my professional journey. I believe my many years of litigation experience have prepared me well to take on this new challenge. If confirmed as a judge of the Superior Court, I plan to use my personal life experiences as an immigrant and my professional experience as a litigator to serve the people of Connecticut. I will be fair and impartial and treat every person who appears before me with dignity, respect, and compassion. Thank you for taking the time to consider my nomination, and I'm happy to defer to the committee to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Representative Baudet?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. We were both at Howell and Sage, but at different times.
Yes.
So I see that you've got quite a bit of trial experience, jury and court side. Are you willing to work anywhere in the state if assigned at a long distance?
Absolutely. I cover the whole state right now.
And are you willing to work at least 9 to 5?
Absolutely. I work more than 9 to 5 right now.
If Halloran has the same billable requirements as when I was there, I'm sure you do.
Maybe more.
On the robitis question, how can you assure members of this committee that you would not suffer from robitis if you are elevated?
Well, I'm sure it's just not who I am. I came from a very humble background. I've never forgotten where I came from and who I am. So by simply putting on the robe, I don't think that would change my personality. Also, throughout the last 30 years of practice, I appeared before many judges. I also understand the pressure, the stress and the demands from the clients, the court, and the firm. So again, I'm in the trenches every day. I just don't think I would forget that overnight.
And my colleague asked the question, the rule of law question. And as you know, the judiciary is responsible for creating the laws in the state of Connecticut. The judiciary is involved in instructing on the law and applying to the case at hand. Even if you disagree with the law, you'd be willing to apply it as we write it, correct?
Absolutely.
Well, I don't have any further questions. I will say that one of my friends, Kevin Roach, says very high regards about gave me very high regards about your practice, and he would be a very good judge. So congratulations on your nomination and good luck going forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions or comments? Further questions or comments? If not, I want to congratulate you on your nomination. Also, my partner and mentor, Tim Sharon, speaks very highly of you as well. And if Tim doesn't speak highly of many people, so
thank you so much.
If he speaks highly of you and thinks you have the the litigation skill to be a judge. I'm sure you do. So thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Next up will be Matthew Wax-Krell. You could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Great. Have a seat whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Judiciary Committee Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, Ranking Members Kissel and Fishbein, and other distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Matt Wax-Krell, and I am deeply humbled by the opportunity to appear before you today. I'm also grateful to Governor Lamont and his team for this opportunity. I was born in Connecticut, and I grew up in Connecticut. Other than the years when I was away at college, I have lived in Connecticut my entire life. Getting to appear before you in this building today is a great honor. After graduating from UConn Law School, I went to work at Rogan Nassau, and I've been there for almost 20 years, practicing in the area of business litigation. I have represented both plaintiffs and defendants in all types of commercial litigation, including contract disputes, employment cases, and commercial foreclosures. I have also had the opportunity to brief and argue half a dozen cases at the Connecticut Appellate Court and several cases at the Connecticut Supreme Court. Aside from my law practice, I am extremely proud of the work that I have done on the Connecticut Bar Examining Committee, where I currently serve as the treasurer, and in my service on the board of directors for Greater Hartford Legal Aid, where I served as president of the board from 2015 to 2018. During my time on the board for Greater Hartford Legal Aid, I've had an opportunity to see a very different type of litigation for my own practice and to see how the law affects real people in their everyday lives. I've been extremely fortunate to work with many wonderful mentors and lawyers in my career, but I'm now ready for this new challenge. Over the past 20 years, I've had the opportunity to observe many judges of the Superior Court. When I was deciding whether to apply to become a judge, I had the chance to speak to several current and former judges when I was making my decision. The primary takeaway from those conversations was that, as a judge, you are the face of the judicial branch for the parties who appear before you. This may be the only interaction that a person has with the judicial branch, and it is important to make sure that all parties feel that they had an opportunity to be heard and feel that they were treated fairly. Through my years as a lawyer and in my volunteer activities, I believe that I have developed the skills and demeanor required to meet that challenge and to serve in the role of judge with humility, honesty, and compassion. If confirmed, I look forward with enthusiasm to putting all that I have learned into serving the people of the state of Connecticut. I also want to thank my family, my parents, my sisters, my two boys, Grady, who's 12, and Cooper, who's 8, and most of all, my wife, Carrie, who is here today, for their support and encouragement. I respectfully ask for your support of my nomination, and I truly appreciate your time and consideration today. Thank you, and I welcome any questions that you may have for me.
Questions or comments from the committee? Representative O'Day.
When we started the day, I said I didn't want to be the one that had to ask this question all the time, but thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
And you know what's coming. I have not had the chance to interact with you on a case. But you know, how can you assure the members of this committee that you will not be afflicted with robitis if you are elevated?
Sure, thank you. Well, first, in light of Senator Winfield's earlier comments, I would adopt Attorney Dembo's response. But in addition to that, I would add that I think it's important for a judge to maintain humility. It's important to remember why you wanted the job in the first place, and to not think that you're better than anyone else in the courtroom, whether that is the parties, the lawyers, or the courtroom staff. And I would always strive to keep those goals in mind, which I believe will help prevent robitis from setting in.
And as I understand your responses to question 11, so have you picked a number of juries that in the cases have settled?
I've picked one jury in a case that settled at the end of jury selection.
And that was in federal court or state court?
That was in state court.
Are you willing to work anywhere in the state of Connecticut
Yes, absolutely.
and work at least 9 to 5?
Yes, my current job is more than 9 to 5, so I'm used to having a demanding job and putting in the hours necessary to do good work.
All right, I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much for your testimony. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Representative Howard?
Thank you. My colleague forgot to ask my question for me. I've been having them do it since it's kind of been a long day, but if you could answer that one question. Well, let me just say, I'm glad to hear that you and all of your colleagues who testified today are willing to work anywhere in the state, since, again, we find ourselves on an agenda. We do have courthouses on the east side of the state, but again, we find ourselves on an agenda with nobody on it east of the Connecticut River. Anyway, I digress. Are you willing to, would you be committed to the rule of law regardless of any personal feelings you may have politically or legislatively or about previous case law?
Yes, absolutely. I think the job requires you to apply the law and the facts regardless of your personal opinion.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Representative Osborne?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And quickly, you've heard these questions before today, so they won't be a surprise. As a man with young children at home, were you asked by judicial selection what you would do for childcare if needed?
I don't recall being asked that
Thank you
question.
very much. And you've indicated a willingness to serve in any area of the court. What would you do to prepare yourself for the complexities of family court if you were assigned to family court?
Of course, yeah, that's obviously not an area I've practiced in. I think I would reach out to people who have more experience in that area of law, whether that be judges, lawyers, courtroom staff. This week, I haven't done a lot of criminal law either. So this week I went over to the criminal court on Wednesday in Hartford just to watch. I spent the morning with Judge Gold and Judge Davis to get a sense of what that looks like. And if I were to be assigned to family court, I think I would do something similar.
Great. I appreciate the answer. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Further questions or comments? If not, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you very much for your
And
time.
hope that back injury gets you back out on the road running pretty soon.
Thank you so much.
All right, next up will be Colleen Zingaro. There is definitely an advantage to being later in the alphabet. No doubt about that.
Well, my maiden name was Valerie, so this didn't.
There you go. If you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God or under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Great. Have a seat whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Judiciary Committee, Chairman Staffstrom and Winfield, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, ranking members Fishbein and Kissel, and distinguished members of this committee. My name is Colleen Zingaro. It's an honor to be here and to be considered for this appointment to the bench. Thank you to Governor Lamont and your team for the nomination and the immense assistance in getting us ready for this process. I'm grateful and humbled at the opportunity to continue serving the people of this state. Thank you to my family, my friends, colleagues, especially my husband, Gene. His constant love and support grounds me on a daily basis. By way of background, I grew up in Norwalk, Connecticut. I'm one of 8 children to Margaret and John Valerie. I put myself through law school and began my legal career in North Carolina, where my husband was serving on active duty in the U.S. Marine Corps. We returned home to Connecticut, where we raised our 3 children. I worked in private practice in both civil and criminal litigation. I also represented the city of Norwalk through the Corporation Counsel's office, handling a multitude of civil litigation through them. Prior to going to law school, I worked as a domestic violence victim advocate. I realized I could serve and bring justice to those victims serving as a prosecutor. After 6 years in private practice, I had the opportunity to take a position as a prosecutor, first in the Norwalk Court. After moving to Newtown, I joined the Danbury State's Attorney's Office. The bulk of my caseload involved crimes against children. I moved to Bridgeport Part A, where I'm currently working. I handle cases that are violent and oftentimes life-altering to the people involved. This includes victims as well as defendants. Handling them fairly calls upon all of my abilities to balance the seeking of justice based on evidence and tempering of emotions to facilitate the right outcome. I was named the supervisor of the Violent Crime Unit. The unit's focus is domestic violence murder, child abuse homicides, child and adult sexual assaults. As a supervisor, I've mentored young prosecutors in the evaluation and presentation of their cases. I pride myself in making sure that I proceed in the most conscientious and upfront manner. I'm confident that any defense attorney or judge that I've dealt with can attest to my commitment to ethical and fair dealings. I strive to treat all people with reverence and respect. I believe the public's confidence in the integrity of the court system is essential. This experience can have far-reaching effects on our communities. If this committee sees fit to confirm my nomination, I'd be honored to continue ethically serving the people of the state of Connecticut and building that public trust. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's very good to see you up there, Colleen. Congratulations on your nomination. You probably don't even remember this, but back, I think it was around 1996. You were a prosecutor in Norwalk. It was 96 or 98, and I was a younger attorney practicing or coming in before you doing a pro bono case in a criminal matter. And I didn't know what the heck I was doing. And you showed me an amazing amount of kindness and compassion. And for that, I am eternally grateful. It's obvious the kind of person that you are. And I've come to know you better since then. And you're a fantastic husband. But I'm going to ask the question anyway, because I've been asking it to everybody.
Okay.
Knowing the answer, but I'm going to ask it. How can you assure the other members of this committee that you will not suffer from robitis if you are elevated to the bench?
I actually thought about a lot of different ways of responding to this question, and I'm humbled by some of the responses you got here today. But I think that when it really boiled down, I thought about this. I am involved with cases that involve some of the most vulnerable people, children that are abused, their families. If I think I'm brave, I'm not. I'm just there to facilitate my job, which is to present a case. I have had 6-year-old heroes that go up there and testify. I've had people that, and I'm sure members of my office will attest to this, paralegals, secretaries, clerks, that the pressure of trial is very, very difficult. And they have been the heart and soul of what I do. And without them, I wouldn't be able to do the cases that I've done. And I think that in the whirlwind of trying cases, you may be running around and not as kind as you should be. And I always make sure I go back and say how much I appreciate, because those cases don't get done without that whole team. And aside from that, my faith also checks me every day. So I do check in with that every day to make sure that I remember I'm not perfect.
Thank you for that answer. And the other questions before I get to the final two that everybody knows, but you've had this prosecutor hat on, state's attorney's hat on for quite a bit of time. And I've asked this previously today. You're going to have to put that aside and put on the robe or hat as a judge. Are you confident you can put aside that role as a prosecutor, state's attorney, and put on that different robe hat as a judge?
I think that the experiences I've had early on in my career probably give me the best insight into the other side of whatever I'm doing. I did my first practice in North Carolina, that I was in front of judges that didn't like to see a pregnant Yankee walking down the middle of the aisle to go and represent people in criminal defense cases at that time. So I've seen a lot of different courts. I've seen a lot of different judges, and I have been on the other side of things. I've been running from one court to the other with my heart in my throat, making sure I got there on time. I understand what it is to practice. I understand what it is to be a person that is at the mercy of that court. I think that prosecutors, do have a lot of weighing to do. They look at evidence, and it's sort of a game I play in my head sometimes when I'm doing a lot of cases is, what is the judge's decision going to be? And if I were the judge, it would be this. And I have to say that most of the time, they end up about where I am. So I do try to go there in my head, that to be the neutral arbitrator. Also, in doing the preparations for trials, I try to look and listen to the other side. And oftentimes my trials don't go to trial because I don't understand or know that, or I don't see the strength of the evidence, and therefore we have an alternative disposition.
Thank you for that. And are you willing to work at least 9 to 5 every day,
Well,
except Saturday and Sunday?
trial work is never 9 to 5, and thankfully I've been lucky to, when I'm not on trial work, a pretty set schedule. I am a mother of 3, but 9 to 5, absolutely.
And you willing to work anywhere in the state of Connecticut?
Absolutely.
I will tell the members of the committee and the public, you and I have a similar circle of colleagues. I don't do criminal work, but I do know a lot of the people at the Pamphilus and Valerie, and a lot of people that have come before you as a prosecutor. And I have yet to meet somebody who hasn't thought very highly of you and deeply respected you as a person and as an attorney. So congratulations. Appreciate you stepping up, and good luck going forward.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Mr. Chair.
And thank you for those kind comments.
Representative Fishman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
I just want to point out that just because you're at the end of the list doesn't mean anything.
Last but not least.
I don't lose my Peter like halfway. I did my due diligence and all that stuff. And, Representative, what they asked you about Monday through Friday, but, I think you might hear something over the next couple of years where there's a initiative to be open on Saturdays. So I just will
Get your money's worth.
just temper your questions there. I've reviewed your backup, I've reviewed your writing samples. I have no problems and I have no questions that you'll do a good job on the bench. So thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Representative Callahan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for bouncing back and forth to environment all day.
No need to apologize.
Attorney Zingaro, it's great to see you up there.
Thank you.
Believe we've known each other about 45 years.
That's right.
And from 3 periods in high school to then working together at Danbury Court. Spending time at your house where you were surrounded by compassion and a family of 8 kids, like family of 8 kids in my family.
Yes.
Siblings also meshed very well. But the reason I bring that up is you were brought up in a house of compassion, and I've seen you carry that over to your job as a prosecutor. Yes, you have a job to prosecute for the state, but as I've said ad nauseum, when I was chief of probation in Danbury, I'd often go sit with you and say, probationer A needs another chance, and here's why. And you would always help me out and give someone another chance. I've also seen you work, as I did, very difficult child abuse, sex cases, things like that, where it's the type of offense that you take home with you. But I've seen you treat not only the victim and their families, but the defendants' families, because they're going through trauma as well.
Yes.
So I'm proud to see you up there after having grown up together and watched you flourish in your career and watch you raise your family. I have no doubt that you will be an outstanding judge And I'm happy to be able to speak in your favor today, Judiciary Committee.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? If not, congratulations on your nomination. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
being with us. All right, that concludes our nominees for Judge of the Superior Court. We do have 2 more to go, though, to be a nominee for Family Support Magistrate, Jessica Simpson. You could raise, good afternoon. If you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, the information provided this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Have a seat, and whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the Judiciary Committee, Co-Chairs Winfield and Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer and Quinn, Ranking Members Fishbein and Kissel, and to all the members of this esteemed committee. I am honored to sit before you today. I am also honored to be nominated to serve as a Family Support Magistrate for the state of Connecticut. And I thank Governor Ned Lamont for his nomination. For that, I am truly humbled. Lastly, special thanks to my husband, my parents who uprooted and emigrated to America to create opportunities for 4 children, and to my siblings. Thank you to my village collective of colleagues, mentors, extended family, and friends. My name is Jessica Simpson. I am a native to Hartford, Connecticut, and a lifelong resident of Hartford County. I currently serve as an Assistant Attorney General with the Connecticut Office of the Attorney General. I regularly practice at least 3 days a week in the Family Support Magistrate Court. Along with 18 exceptional attorneys, I represent the Department of Social Services and Support Enforcement Services in actions establishing, enforcing, and modifying support orders when a party is receiving Title 4D support services. I also review and monitor special needs trusts where the state is a creditor. And I also participate in probate termination of parental right matters to protect the interests of this state. Prior to serving in this capacity, I was an assistant clerk for civil matters in the Hartford Judicial District. For 3 years, I served as temporary assistant clerk for small claims and civil matters, and was subsequently appointed as an assistant clerk for 4 years. Recently, I had the opportunity of serving as a part-time litigation instructor for the paralegal program with the Connecticut State College System during the fall of 2023. I have a record evidencing my dedication to public service and strive to continue on that path. I personally define passion within career as finding a driving purpose beyond the methodological execution of legal advocacy. I call it purpose-driven performance, and I have a passion to serve people. I'm fortunate to witness how the current panel of family support magistrates do just that. In their role, I have successfully seen them empower litigants through impartiality without compromising the integrity of our laws. Their statutory function is not devoid of empathy. Regarding the nomination at hand, it is my hope that this committee finds the value in me befitting of a magistrate, where if afforded this opportunity, I will fulfill the obligations of the judicial branch, protect the interests of children and families, and continue to serve the residents of this wonderful state. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have of me.
Thank you. Questions to the committee, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I know the people that are sitting here today couldn't, well, you probably did because you saw the video, right? Her smile's infectious, right?
I was just thinking the same thing.
My God, you know, I mean, I find myself in the same position that we were last year when Jackie Carolus came before us to become a family support magistrate, and many of us were saying, you know, why just that? Not to minimize the situation, but you have certainly a background. It appears your demeanor. I mean, I'd like just to hang out together. I mean, you're, but I did have, a question. Well, what the process? So did you have to go through judicial selection to be here today?
No, I did not. I submitted my interest, and I believe with the retirement from the position, I was.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but can you turn that microphone in front of you on so it records?
My
There
apologies.
you go.
Is this better?
Yep, thank you.
Very good. I did not have to go through the Judiciary Selection Committee. I expressed interest and was contacted for an interview. The timing of it was fairly quick. I submitted interest at the beginning of this year. And I believe with the retirement, it just opened the opportunity for me to be interviewed.
Interesting. I really have no other, questions, and I've sat, I've been in the Family Support Magistrate Court, and, I think, the number of cases you've handled, you obviously have the experience and you have the demeanor. I mean, amen. So
Thank you. Thank you very much.
thank you for expressing your interest. Thank you,
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the
Further
opportunity.
questions or comments, Representative O'Day?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. And you're clearly infectious, good temperament.
Thank you.
And so, but to be consistent, I've never been before a family magistrate before, but I imagine there are some that have temperament issues. How can you assure us that you would not be afflicted with robitis?
So there are a few motivations behind my response. The first is my grandmother always reminded us, if you don't have money, you have to have manners. And I've never had money. So I've always relied on my manners, right? But what she meant to say is that we're responsible for how we respond to people. And it's not just responsibility for yourself, but for those who have lent assistance to your forward movement and those who rely on you. If I were to be a magistrate, it would be terrible for the next person to think that the next magistrate would treat them unfairly based off of my personal treatment of them. There's a particular grounding with that. I'm not better than anyone, and there's no one who's better than me. And as a result, we treat each other civilly. But also, when I was working as an assistant clerk with Hartford, my deputy chief clerk and my chief clerk, they always used to emphasize to us that we may be the only interaction with the judicial department. How did you leave that person leaving? Did they feel as if they were assisted? Did they feel as if they were dignified? Did they feel as if they had a better grasp? In my current position, when people come in, there's a lot of people who come in defeated, and because they feel defeated, they are defensive. There's a level setting that I have to do with them, letting them know that this system is not against you. You will be given the opportunity to be heard. It will be neutral and unbiased. And after they leave, I have the privilege of having them affirm that, meaning that it is very important that you have to have a proper demeanor on that bench. And that's also how you have a fair decision in the case. If you don't allow someone to speak, you don't have all the facts to make an appropriate decision. And last but not least, because I practice primarily in Hartford and I live in Windsor, I run into a lot of people at Stop and Shop. And I have yet to have to hide from someone. And so I hope to continue to do that.
Excellent answer. And so my final question, are you willing to work anywhere in the state as assigned, at least 9 to 5?
It would be my pleasure.
Well, thank you very much for your responses and best of luck going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank
Senator
you.
Winfield.
Yeah, just briefly, for anyone who in the future might come in front of us, I'd advise you to study that answer to Representative question, and you might not get my question as a follow-up.
Well, listen, congratulations. There's not a one of us on this panel, I assure you, who has ever not had to hide from someone in Stop and Shop. We have that experience week in and week out where we unfortunately have to hide and Stop and Shop, right, guys? Yes. So anyway, congratulations on that. Congratulations on your nomination. So
Thank you for your time.
oh, come on. Tony Fatone. You could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, the information provided this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury? Great. Have a seat whenever you're ready.
Your microphone.
Good afternoon, Chairman Winfield, Staffstrom, Vice Chairs Quinn and, oh my goodness, Flexer, thank you. And members, the ranking members of the committee, Senators Kissel and Representative Fishbein, and the esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. I am Toni Fatone of West Hartford, Connecticut, and I'm before you today for reappointment to be an administrative law judge for the Workers' Compensation Commission. I have been honored and humbled to serve the Workers' Compensation Commission for the last 5 years, and I'm equally proud to have been nominated for reappointment by Governor Lamont. Thank you, Governor Lamont. I have served in Bridgeport, Waterbury, New Britain, and Norwich, but the majority of my 5-year term has been spent in District 1 in Hartford, Connecticut. Hartford is the largest workers' compensation district in the state, and in the last year, we conducted 6,905 informal hearings, 1,155 pre-formal hearings, 36 formal hearings, and 452 stipulated agreements were approved. Of those numbers, I did 3,273 informal hearings, 419 pre-formals, 19 formals, and I have approved 206 stipulated agreements. The mission of the Workers' Compensation Commission is to help injured workers get the medical treatment and indemnity benefits they need until they are healthy again and can return to work. My job is to use every tool provided to me within Chapter 568 of the Connecticut General Statutes in the most impartial manner possible, and that's what I ensure I do every day. Thank you for your time today. I am honored to be considered for another term as an administrative law judge for the Workers' Compensation Commission, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may
Questions or
have.
comments? Vice Chairman Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Judge Fatone, it is great to see you. And I am also thrilled that the governor saw fit to renominate you because you have been outstanding as a commissioner in Hartford, where I've seen you most of the time, and certainly treat all litigants from both sides with dignity and fairness, and just greatly appreciate that. And I'm glad that I'm one of the 4 claimant verdicts that you had in the last year. So that's good to know.
Well, there's been a few more than 4, but I'm glad that you were amongst them.
But, in all seriousness, congratulations on your reappointment. And for you and all the other administrative law judges, if I ever become chairman of this committee, we're going to do the workers' comp people first. And that,
Thank you, Representative Quinn.
and that's all I'll say on that.
Yikes. All right. On that note, I assume there's no further questions, and we are going to declare this public hearing closed. There are no members of the public signed up to testify. Given the hour and given that members do need to caucus, we are not going to vote tonight. We will be back at 9 a.m. on Monday morning to vote. That way we can caucus reset between now and then. And okay, so actually the Republicans are going to stay and caucus in 2600. The Democrats be on the lookout over the weekend. And then, like I said, we plan to be back here at 9 a.m. on Monday morning to vote. For the record, our public hearing that was scheduled for 10 a.m. is being bumped to 11 a.m. So Judiciary Committee meeting to vote on nominations at 9 a.m. Monday. Public hearing begins at 11 a.m. And I want to thank everybody for bearing with us on what has been a lengthy Friday. So thank you all for being here.